That time to sit in the menu for the next 7 hours. Completely dissect the menu screen. There is no saved. For a second, I thought that was an error. And I was like, what? Hardcore mode? Of course. Of course we're doing hardcore mode. We can even play it in Japanese. Yeah. No Danish. EV low pitch. What the fuck does that even mean? Frame rate over resolution. Yeah, I prefer the frame rate. Oh no. This is the one thing I hate about these Resident Evil games. You just have to like find the sweet spot of these brightness settings. Otherwise it becomes Otherwise the game just looks way too fucking dark and you can't see anything. Missing texture. Yeah, we're off to a great start, right? That can be set except for motion sync. I consent to whatever that is. Sure. I can't be bothered to link my Capcom ID right now. Sell my soul, sure. You just have to negotiate with behavior about that. Game has an autosave feature. Here we are. Among Us, sure. Yes, yeah. I agreed to Among Us, sure. Let me play the game. Imagine if you sat here for long enough, a jump scare happened. Imagine you sit here for too long and then the chainsaw guy just starts running towards you. He didn't say the name. Probably need the deluxe version for that. Let's see. Jesus Christ, I don't want to mess with the controls right now. Field of view, max that out. No reason controls motion sensor function. Wait, what? Wait, I wonder. Can we fuck around with that? Camera running assist. Camera wobble, no. Motion blur, no. Ray tracing, no. Fuck you, ray tracing. No. Wait, no, it wasn't strong. That blue is a bit hot to see. Yeah, keep that red. Lens distortion. What the fuck does that even mean? What? What an advanced setting. Hair strands. Adjust the effect that improves hair and fur quality. What? Excuse me. That's a really advanced setting for the console. Wait, what was it on? Was it on by default? story of my life. Well, thanks for showing a preview. Leon. Adjust the volume of gunshot impacts. Large. We're gonna go deaf. Turn speaker orientation on. I don't think I need that. Control a speaker. I wonder what that is. I wonder what's gonna come through the controller. Maybe the phone calls. Like when they call Leon, maybe the controller's gonna ring. Oh, these are the presets that I talked about. Okay. Probably shouldn't look at this right now. Alright, well. I wonder if the menu changes once we complete the game. Or if we're just if we're just gonna be stuck in the forest for forever. Pay for the main starting experience a nightmare. Alright. Who's ready for a nightmare? Oh boy, here we go, gentlemen. Bingo time. New game, yes. Assisted for all the scrubs. Standard. Players who not played Resident Evil 4 2005. Game mode can be changed to assisted game mode. For players who have played Resident Evil 4 2005. Stronger enemies and high challenges, higher prices for certain items. Yep, let's do it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Get your popcorn ready. And your blankets. Well, Rip, that was a short game. Ashley's already dead. Game over, boys. We can go home. Fantastic game. Brilliant. Masterpiece, Capcom.
September 30th, 1998. It's a day I'll never forget. The cop inside me died that day. And that night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky. I was asked later to join a top-secret government program. Not that I had a choice. The training, punishing missions, nearly killed me. But at least I kept my mind off everything. If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain, even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
He's such an emo now. Oh, Leon. Oh, never changes. All of a sudden, we're playing Fallout.
Why did you come to this horrible place? As close to nowhere that I've ever seen.
Let's just say, looking for someone.
That someone must be very important, huh? The chief gave the orders himself. Help him, he said.
I'm sure you boys didn't come all the way out here to roast marshmallows. Maybe you did.
You have a strange sense of humor.
He sure does.
Let you in on a little secret, just between us. A lot of people have gone missing around here, and it's been that way for a while now.
Well then, should be just another day in the office, right?
I mean, last week there was a search for some missing hikers.
I'm sure you'll do your best to help me.
This is it. Nature calls, huh? I'll be right back.
He still goes for the piss. Pog. Just like in the original.
¿Te has bebido el bar entero? You smoke? Vaya sitio más tétrico. ¡Hey! ¿Hay alguien ahí? He sure is taking his time. Did he fall in? Maybe you better go and take a look.
Why Leon?
I'll watch the car. Wouldn't want to get a parking ticket.
So much for helping me.
Chapter 1. How should here be our gameplay? Hey, what's taking so long? God, his hair looks so shiny. Hold on, is that because of that hair setting? Oh, you can only change that in the main menu. Fuck. Oh, well, I guess he's gonna have shiny hair the whole game. How was the sound? It's like the... Was it a bit quiet in the cutscene? Shiny Leon. You look at his head, he's so shiny. I don't remember the PS2 looking this good. What the fuck? Holy shit. I don't remember what what? Huh? Did I miss something? Did I have blurry vision back then or something? What happened? How did it look this good? Goat. Why the fuck did you go all the way in here to piss? Jesus Christ, man. Why didn't he... Oh, why are you already telling me how to run? That's not good.
How far could he have gone?
Man went to the other side of the country to piss. Dad. Idea. Make the subtitles a bit bigger. Crouch. Any secrets? Knock, knock. You didn't even knock, Leon. You're breaking and entering.
Anyone home?
Hello? Looks pretty abandoned, Leon. What the fuck? There's actually something on it. Judgment is near. Nigh. How welcoming. Main file. I guess I can't look at that yet. What the hell? Oh, it's just a random hole here. Hello, where did my pissing friend go? No, it's the room we were just in. How are you not questioning all of this again? Already, Leon. I don't think you should go in there. Unless you want to get cursed. But, oh well, can't hurt, right? Never mind. It's locked. Hi.
Sorry to barge in like this. Busco a un policía. Vino aquí?
Blocked it with a knife. And then that kick. Smooth. Jesus Christ, man. Broke his fucking
This
neck.
is not good.
What is latchkey? Very professional, Leon. You only bought 10 bullets with you. I know what a map is. I can move the case with the controller. There's difficulty has been in its go-to since receiving it during its time at the RPD. Oh, that's the knife you got from Marvin. Shave through. Exactly. We got a practice in earlier this month with save room. Into storage. Bang, bang. Some handgun made for Leon while keeping the basic design for the up. These parts were carefully chosen and machined to improve performance. Healing spray though, fully restore your health. Professional. Guy only bought 10 bullets with him.
Man, that stinks.
Thanks for the input, Leon. So odd that I can crouch. Yummy. Metro Police Corps. Mario Fernandez Castano. Police officer. Yeah, exactly. Chalk it down. Numb it down, just like Scooby's numbing the pizza. Numb down these delicious rapid guts. Darkness. Can't look up and down. Well, this looks welcoming. Reg! My friend! Oh my god, he's so fat. No, come back, I wanted a picture of you. I got it right before you managed to hide. Leon the rat exterminator. Reg. God, you were so fucking big and detailed, holy shit. Red sus. Red sus. You don't look like a rat, Leon. Hello?
Hey. I read you. What's your situation? What the hell's going on?
He's fucking dead, Leon. He's from the Hunter's Lodge. Ready my weapon. I wonder why you're telling me that. Do I have to fight the rat? Is that why you're telling me that? How to use my weapon?
What was that?
Jesus.
No fucking way.
Oh my god. Why I can't look down? Shoot him. Like, why can't I look down? What are these controls?
This just keeps getting worse.
Is that meant to be like that? Why can't I look down? Oh, is it because it's really slow? It seems to be on the camera. Reduce motion. Oh! Oh my god. That's why I can't look down. Because I have the motion control setting enabled, so I have to move my controller to aim. Oh my god, imagine if I can playing through the whole game on hardcore like that. With the motion detector thing. Well, this explains a lot. What happens if I throw the controller across the room? Okay. Bang. 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 Gyro John Wick. Gyro Wick. Wait, how do I disable that again? Motion sensor camera. There you go. Ah, much better. Now it's like a normal game again. Like, why the fuck can't I look down? Is something wrong with my game? Is it meant to be like that? There we go. So able to fight more people with just 6 bullets. 6 bullets. Not enough to kill anything that moves. Nerp. Oh, health, you so health. Yeah. You know that was just one health. He stands up. Can you aim?
Bruce, this is Condor 1.
Hunnigan here. What's your sit rep?
The President's daughter, Baby Eagle. It's likely she's in this village.
Our intel was correct then. Well done.
Need a location on a nearby lake. She may have been taken there.
Copy that. I'll see what I can find.
Hurry up. Something's happened to the people here. My escorts are...
Come on, a W.
Gotta go. Talk later.
Hey boys, can't we just talk about this?
I'll let myself out.
Oh my god. I'll let myself out. I used to fucking jump through the window. Nice one, Leon. I'll let myself out then. Poof. Eats himself out the window. Wait, was that a rat? God damn. What a trustworthy bridge. These the planks aren't even attached, they're just like kinda laid on. Sketchy bridge. Did we kill the bird? Did we kill the overly massive crow? Or did we spare him? I feel like he's gonna drop something if we kill him. We'll spare the crow. Can I go up and pet him? No. We'll shoot him on the next playthrough. He just kicks it, nice. I mean, handgun cartridges. Is ammo's favorite if it's flat trajectory and moderate recoil? Keep out of reach of children. By Red Eagle Corporation. Who's talking? Oh my god. Why is that typewriter here? It'd be funny if Leon commented on that. Typewriter? What's a typewriter doing here? Bring me tea that can be used to craft the right ammo. I click craft, what is it? Oh, I have 2. I need 5 and I need 1 or something else. Okay. Saving an item storage. You can save your progress at any typewriter. You can also swap out items in your inventory via storage menu. Customize case. I don't have any customizations because I only have the peasant. I have the peasant version of the game. 0 out of 30 charms. What the fuck? Oh, gross. Dead Wolfie. No, he got caught in the bad trap. I have to watch out for them too. Oh, hey, ammo. Why does it say +1? 10 plus a 1? Oh, is it because I got 1 in the chamber? Is that why? One in the chamber from before we reload it. Where is he? Oh, he's right there. There was someone right next to me. Melee. Punch. Oh. Oh, I could have executed him. Thanks for the gunpowder. Money. Oh, money. Up. We do have to watch out for bat traps too. Jesus. Can I just, squeeze past them? Nice. There's someone in there. Wait, hold on. Hello, friend. Come here. Can I make him step in the bat trap? It'll be really funny. Come on, do it. It'll be really funny. That's not funny. Sir, come over here. What? What a throw, man. He knows what I'm trying to do. Step in the trap. Step in the trap. Come over here. He didn't even step in it. Master plan ruined. Oh fuck, I shouldn't have healed. Yeah, there's a red herb there. Flash grenade. Yo, what the fuck? It's Junior with the raid. Hit the rip, Mr. Junior. You're already done for today? Oh, you're just taking a break from the IE4. You said I have to show up by selecting a venue. You sign once. It was in each of the 4 directions. Ah, just taking a break for a bit. Gotcha. Junior raid award abs. Hey, all their guns. Welcome from the Mr. Junior raid. To the church section. Oh. It's like right before you get Ashley in the original. Nice. Well, we're still very much in the beginning here. Probably tell. Man, I want to try to shoot it off, but no. I need to save the ammo. 6 hours of knowing you're done. Yeah, I'd say you're still in the beginning too, actually. Like, yeah. You haven't even gotten Ashley yet? I'd say that's still pretty much the beginning. A lot in this game. It's a long one. The village. Binoculars. Peepers. LeoXDrb peepers.
Holy shit.
Oh, rip the policeman. Got barbecued chicken. I think he only uses his binoculars like once in the original. I wonder if we'll have more opportunities to use them here in the remake. Have you seen some of the goofy PlayStation settings? Like this one? The motion sensor camera mode. You gotta aim with the controller by moving the controller. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Put that off. You got all your settings on max. Nice. Probably looks really good, doesn't it? Probably looks beautiful. You got all the nook and crannies. You search for every little thing. Got every tiny little item you could pick up. And it's well optimized too. Hey, that's surprising. Craft different items. Wait, I can what? What can I do with the knife? What can I do with the knife? You've done everything so far. Just the way that it's meant to be done. This blends of green and red herbs restore almost 3 times as much health as a single green herb. Have you played that inventory simulator again? Yes, yeah. But you, yeah, see? We're sorting an inventory here. Spending 4 hours on character creation? Nah. 4 hours sorting my inventory. When I only have like 5 items. Game's good, man. Gotta find like the perfect spot for every single item. I'm happy with it. You've done everything so far. Feels good, man. The way it's meant to be experienced. Can I stealth kill in this game? Can. Shh. She's moving. Didn't want to get teabagged. Red sus. Hey man. Leon has spent too much time in the fog. He's got addicted to teabagging. See, he learned how to teabag now. Too much time in the fog. Oh.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Cash.
Damn, the way he said that. Cash. Yeah. Cash. We love cash. But you're doing a mini game in this game? What? Oh, I can't wait till I get to that. Is there a new mini game, or is it that like shooting one? The shooting gallery? Yes, no, please, no spoilers. Ah, yeah, it is the shooting one? Okay, okay, that's fine. I don't consider it a spoiler since it's from the original and and I already expected it. I can't wait to get to that. And see what that's gonna be like in this. Throw a coin or something, Leon. Distract them.
Puedes correr, no te puedes esconder.
Like Leon. But he laid an egg. Chicken. This is terrible. This is horrible. It's X to melee. I thought it was R2. I just run him around. Loop him around. It's a cut. There's a scripted cutscene for running in here. What is this? Scripted E3 gameplay. Hey, it's the chainsaw guy.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Watch another face. Hello?
It's my lucky day.
Hello?
Oh, nice.
Wait, where's the shotgun? Where's the shotgun? Hey. I fucked up. I probably should have barricaded downstairs. Maybe I can't even do that. Whoa, my Jesus Christ. Excuse me. Come through, come through. Thanks for opening the door. What did I even pick up? I just spammed X and everything. Oh, run, Leon. Run. What? I can't go through there. Holy shit. Wait, what is this? Wait, I need another person for that? What? Give me an egg. Wait, the chicken just attacked me? Why did I get stacked? Whoa! There's people in here! What are you doing? Oh, shit. Why is there people in this room? Oh my god. Get out of here. Excuse me. Oh my Jesus, excuse me. Come through. Oh my god, am I dead? Holy shit. I didn't expect there to be a whole family inside that house. There's like 7 people in there. Yep, that was the first death. Keeper's time. The pergola. Hey.
Shit.
Leon taught me that it was okay. He broke into that house in the very beginning without knocking. Alright, well, let's go stealth kill this lady over here again and then do this scripted E3 gameplay. Chicken. For good luck. Picks up chicken. Imagine if I could do that just for fun. Oh, now it lets me vault. Oh no, I haven't seen that clip now.
Puedes correr, pero no te puedes.
Man's teabagging. Hey. Leon, he spent too much time in DBD. He loves to teabag now. Yeah, I need another person for this.
¿Dónde estás?
What? Why are you... What's wrong, Arnold? What did I do? Why are you laughing at me? Well, I guess... Wait, there was that other room I could check. Why does he grunt every time you ADS? Yeah, this room here. What was in here? Oh my god, Arnold. Are you laughing because I died? I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry I disappointed you, Arnold. He doesn't know. He's on. Oh my fuck. Oh, okay, no, he does know. The gun weighs like 100 pounds, I guess. That's why he goes every time he aims with it. Wait, I wasn't in here last time. Wait, this is death. I'm gonna die in here. Scripted E3 gameplay. Oh wait, he did block it himself. Oh. Okay, this time check the downstairs first. Run, 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 run.
Oh, you could be kidding me.
It's Leatherface. Leatherface's Spanish costume.
It's my lucky day.
Resources.
Oh, nice. Let's see you climb this.
Let's see you climb this. Wait, they're already in the building. Oh, fuck. Hey, man, how's it going? Why is he already here? Man, there's a bloodlust furry. Yeah, how did he already catch up to me? Oh god, oh god. Get out of here. Get away from me. Oh my god, that lunge. Get away from me. Picks up egg. Get away from me. Oh my god. Holy shit. Is this a bad idea? Oh my god, it certainly is. Hold on, I have to pick up the Zag. Everyone settle down. I gotta pick up the Zag. What is that guy doing? But you can like get in the tower, right? Can't you? I think you can. Easy money. They can't come up here, right? What? What? Hey, hold on! Wait, what? How did it collapse? Leon, you weigh too much. Excuse me. Can I use the ladder? Oh, sorry. I didn't see you were climbing that. Can I get up here? What? Velvet blue. This is a horrible idea. Horrible, horrible idea to go this way. Ruby. Hi guys, how's it going? Holy shit. Get fucked. Roundhouse kick. What is this? Another egg. They're burning down their own village. Ow. Going back inside the house. Meanwhile, the chickens are just chilling. What?
Huh?
La campana. Hay que obedecerla.
Él nos invoca. Tenemos que servir. Al Lord Sadler Todopoderoso.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
He set the line. Resident Evil 4. He set the bingo line. Thanks, Leon. Where's everyone going? Bingo? Yeah. What? Bingo. Wait, what? Oh no, wait, stop. Shit. I can't hear it. It's supposed to come up for the controller.
Windmill. Copy that.
Oh, thanks for the egg. Oh, thanks for the egg. Head for the lake. In all that Kagers, I picked up free X. Can be used to restore health. Ah, you can also throw the egg. Can be combined with gunpowder to create a variety of when attached to mine. Time to sort the inventory again.
These people are sick.
No, they just take that bingo very serious. They found out he cheated the bingo. Dog though. So much panic, man. I didn't even realize I could vault through that. I wasn't completely trapped on that. Request? Titan missions, Porsche champ? Hey, the other stuff that I picked up. Around caught Crimson Gemstone. A type of amethyst is mined in this region. I thought that said inhale, and I was like, what? Is that inhaling a gemstone? Excuse me? Can be inserted certain treasures. Been doing those? What? Wait, holy shit. I can't even get to that. I wonder who's gonna be giving me side quests. Do not insert gemstones into nostrils. Thanks. Thanks for the heads up. I thought that's what they were supposed to go. I thought I was supposed to inhale them.
Can you hear me? Steady.
You didn't say anything. You accidentally cheated for no reason. What? How does that happen? Oh, thanks for the 4 bits. Appreciate the 4 bits of hell.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Minecraft, go BRRR.
Funny. Do not insert gemstone into nostrils. Could I have blocked this? Is that weird that I could have blocked it? My plan was to go hide in the tower, but yeah, that fucking collapsed. Oh yeah, I could have blocked that. Again, too much panic.
Hi, I'm Carl.
Ah,
We're going to talk about how to properly kick open a door, right?
Jesus
But you want
Christ,
to get
Carl.
your foot as close to the center right there. Pick your site where you want to put your foot. Kick that puppy open. Piece of cake.
Thanks, Carl. You should teach the villagers how to do that. How to kick open a door. When they encounter Leon again. What? But he's alive. Oh, what? I thought I was stealthing. I can't see there's a fucking closet in my face. What is this? Hello? Get away from me. And then the door closes. Stealth. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can actually stealth in this. What the heck? Seems good, man. Yeah, I'm over here blasting him and we're having an intense fight and then door just magically closes. Seems good, man. As doors do. Doors are known to just randomly close. Oh man, that's that. I think we have looked everywhere. Exactly. Hashtag just door things. Hashtag just door things. Door closeness. Door closing on its own. Oh my god, is that the character from
You're the boss.
DPD Poggers? Is that Leonidas Kennedy from the infamous Dead by Daylight Poggers? It sure is. And I'll prove it to you right here. He can teabag. He spent too much time in DVD. Exactly, get Capcom licensed the character from DVD, exactly, and then I don't know. Capcom just really liked that character, so they decided to make an entire game for him. They had to make a game of his own. Leon Home. Exactly. Hey, Pog, you've mastered the shooting range. Good shit, didn't you? DVD teabag. I think we looked everywhere. Hello, boss. God Gamer is here. Actually, no, there's these houses over here. Yeah. Behavior, they must have made a big money back from this. With all the money Capcom paid them to license the character. And make a game. This is where I found the ruby. I don't want to go the right way. Anything but the correct way. How many eggs do I have? Yeah. At the end of the game, we'll be able to make an omelet. Gap in the wall. Wait, this is the place I went to bingo. Locked draw. Gap in the wall. Wait, is that the place? The place that requires 2 people? It is. You know what, Leon? If you were smart, you would just take this ladder and then over there. Are you serious? That was there the whole time? Oh, it looks like we're playing against Trapper. Trapper Man. Alright, let's have the oh shit gun ready.
There it is.
Turn on small game. Easy. We're about to avoid all the traps. Yep. Time to equip small game. Avoid all the traps from now on. Old small game. Old small game. So also see the aura. The aura. Is that another egg? Oh my chicken egg. Hold on. Go back and save. Picked up an egg. The egg is very important. Where's everyone going? Bingo? Give me an egg. I would like an egg.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Hey,
Hey. It sounds like he said a. Egg.
No good.
Why are you trying to open it like that? Yeah, A.
Can you hear me? Steady.
A.
hey,
A. A. El Abuelta. Wait, what? Huh? How do you know this person's name? Excuse me? Take that, Abuelta. Who's Alberta? What? They have names? Yo, it's that shooting thing too from the original. Grandma, yo! What the fuck? Oh, that means grandma. I see. Doesn't this cow like hit you or something? Yeah, it sure does. Hey, calm down. Relax, man. What about the piggy? Yeah, that guy taking no shit. He's not fucking around. He means business. F off, handsome. Leave me alone, Kennedy. Why was he holding it sideways? But I see a grandmother. Bestimo indeed. Bestimo in Danish. Bestimo. Sorry, Bestifa. F up, handsome. I'm eating my grass. Ah. What are you saying, Leon? Piggy. I got another egg. Where's the cow? He's over there. Alright, we're friends. Okay? Don't do anything illegal. No sudden moves, Mr. Cow. Oh my god. Another egg. Nade out. Why is there so many boxes there? Maybe I should go back and save. Let's see. Blue request note. You can take on task by collecting the blue request notes pushed around different areas. Oh, these are the side quests? Red blue medallion. For the love of God, would somebody please get rid of the blue medallions? Those religious lunatics left hanging around. No, what is it? The fuck is spindle? Destroy all the blue medallions. I think in the original you got the handgun for destroying all of them. Alright. Let's go back and save. You think I can shoot them without alerting the whole farm? Let's find out. Oh, if you wish to find out. Yep, let's do it. How many was it? 5. That's 5 of them. Oh, it even says it. 1 of the 5. Oh, okay, we're fine. It didn't alert the whole compound. Oh, try with a grenade, Leo. See if I grenade alerts them. Alright, okay, I'll see. Jesus Christ. Then the final boss is gonna get alerted. Oh, I got. Wait. Game, what are you hinting at? It just gave me another grenade. Piggy, oh, Sveen. Got 'em. They're friendly compared to the cow. This is where all the manpower went. This is where they put all the effort into. The pickies. Next gen picky AI. Oh, and then, yeah. That guy. This guy's still over here. I don't trust that cow. Wait, came. Oh, it's right there. So, what now? Do I have to go and turn it in somewhere? It didn't. Completed. Reward. Oh, wait. Is that like a... No, what is that? What did I get? Oh, maybe it's another storage thing. Okay, back to save and check. The fuck? Hey man, oh shit, Mr. Segal has arrived. He's here too. For the IE4. You know, what is it? What the hell did I get? Exactly, he's here. Right. What did I get for my thing? Wait. I have no fucking idea. Maybe the merchant will give it to me. Hello, people. Man, you got 100% of the second one? Hey, good shit, Junior. You're getting the hang of the shooting. Nice. Already mastering the combat. What's that beeping? Oh. The fuck? How do you know how to set that up? A yellow herb. But a green and yellow herb will restore as much health as a single green herb and increase your maximum health.
Gotta fix everything myself.
Oh, Leon. we do another stealth takedown? Hell yeah. Sorry, best and more. Oh, that takes me back to there. What if we drop down over here? Black on. What? Combining trash as you can use trash to collect the keys. Do I have anything for that to combine this with? What? Huh? Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, an entire fucking spreadsheet. Jesus. Okay. Like, but this one can only have 2. Good luck, sir. What was that supposed to mean? Because it's so confusing. Yeah, so this one can only have these. And it can only have 2, so it's not like we can make this one really advanced. Well, I won't mess around with that right now, because, well, I only have 1. I need at least 2. Oh, he actually kicked it open. I thought I was gonna have to shoot it. Get the oh shit gun ready. Kitchen knife. And if ever cooking, it's etch chips easily. Wait. No. I should not have picked that up. Yep. What is that? What the? Holy shit. Calm down, friend. Kitchen gun? Yeah, can I have that? Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Next.
Smooth. Thanks for the money, asshole. Oh my god, I got both of them. Nice. What? Holy shit. Okay, I'm not dead somehow. I just got fucking gutted right there. Jesus. I actually thought that was gonna be an insta kill. Oh, of course I love my axe. Gonna make an omelet by the end of this. I have 8 eggs on me. Yeah, man, I'm gonna be making an omelet by the end of this. Ten handgun ammo. Holy shit! How generous. You can just shoot it too, nice. And I think we got everything. Yeah, we cool. He's still stuck with that. Damn, no cheesy one-liner. Oh, let's go back and save. Just to be on the safe side of things. No cheesy one-liner. Exactly. Just like an IE4 or no, IE4, IE2 where he's like... What did he say again when he does that clock tower thing? When he completes that, he's like... Oh, he's just like, I hope I don't have to write a report on this. And he destroys the clock tower. Wait, he's sleeping now. Where'd everyone go? Bingo? Exactly. I want my cheesy Leon. My bingo Leon. What can I do with this again? For 8 ammo, right? Yeah. Yeah, I should probably just keep that on me. Another trustworthy bridge. That's a... Is that the correct way? It is. Oh, yeah.
It's gotta be this way.
Wow, what makes you see that? The gondola ride. Fucking ammo. Is that all that's here? Looks like it. It's saving. Monka W. No, they don't move when you run into them. Do they move if I shoot them? No, they break. Well, makes sense, I guess. What did I expect? What the?
Ugh, give me a break.
He did a backflip. I just pressed circle because I wanted to spam crouch. But that's what I was supposed to press for the back. Could you get staggered? There you go. Get away from me. Wait, is this the part where he gets chased by the boulder? Can't see shit, man. Batman. Only 4 channels have the bingo mode? I'm surprised. I'm surprised not more have that. It's Leon. It's cheesy bingo, Leon. How's everyone going? Bingo? Oh, 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 god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. But you can like make him drop the thing, can't you? Make it blow up in his hand. Oh, I know I saw that last second. Ow. Come here. Oh my god. Okay, hold on a second. Relax. Okay, we crouch. We go this way. We do that. He didn't get staggered. Oh my god, there's so many of you. Hold on, let me check my briefcase. There's too many of them. They're all Huntress mains. Get away from me. Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Present for you.
Wait, that's next to me. Oh my god. Excuse me, excuse me. Could you stop that? Okay, it all worked out in the end. Why do I hear more dynamite? Press it for you. I know, right? He's just, you know, oh, I'm just gonna casually jog away. Casually tiptoe away. Well, there's 3 people with the hatches, 1 guy with a dynamite, 2 people with pitchforks chasing after him. I'm just, you know, casually gonna jog away. Don't mind me. Where is this dynamite lady? Oh, she's up there. Light it, I dare you. Game over. Jesus Christ. Longest fuse in the world. Oh my god. Kept blown in half. That's what you get for noob tubing. Yeah, good scrub. Wait, hold on. I saw a. Can I shoot this? Oh my god. Hi, Arnold. Can I shoot the bird's nest? Yeah. Got handgun ammo. Hit it DBD. Oh, the highest street thing on Twitch? Oh yeah, it's just DBD, right? Yeah. Yes. Let me guess. It's this. E4 Remake. Everyone's playing it. No, what, really? Oh, don't tell me it's just chatting. Don't tell me it's just chatting. Oh my god, it is just chatting. Jesus fuck. Even with this game, even when this game is out, the game that's loved by everyone, universally loved. One of the best video games of all time getting a remake, and it's not #1 on Twitch. I am disappointed. Is it at least second then? Has to at least be second. Yeah, okay, thank God. I still have some faith in humanity then. But also, wait, you didn't know that? Oh, the bird's nest thing that you'd know about. Yeah, I remember you could do that in the original. You would shoot the bird's nest and it would give you like a ruby. But in this, it seems to give you ammo. Speaking of that, we can... Nice. What is that ticking? I don't like it. Am I gonna die? Is it a bomb? Oh, it's up here. Oh, it's a collectible. Revolt against the revolting. But you missed that one too? Excuse me? How is that possible? I thought you said you went for every nook and cranny. You're trying to. You're just too good. An expert at taking my sweet, sweet time. looking at every inch and teabagging every corpse. I think I've looked at everything now, though. I seen a bit, Mr. Junior. Check up here one last time. No, that's just a leaf. Can we do some fishing? Fishing side quest? Oh, you can already see the castle a little bit there.
This the place?
Is that marked on the map? Alright, that does get marked on the map, nice. Knock, knock. I hear another bomb. Hello? What the hell is this chemistry setup? What the fuck's happening down in that basement? It's just a photo. But it was a book, actually. I don't think you should follow the noise, Leon. Nope, don't follow it. All the things you've seen so far, and you would follow the noise here? Brave man, Mr. Kennedy. You still have the kitchen knife, right? Oh, hey, man. Oh my god. Get blast. I was trying to go for the stealth kill. Here we go. Into darkness. Oh my god, it is so fucking dark. Hello? A moving body bag? Someone did a sloppy job. Didn't even finish them off. Amateur hour.
That hurts, you know. Seemed like you really wanted to talk. How observant, senor. Now, say, you got a smoke? You know, those things will kill you. Oh, well, maybe just untie me then, huh? Joder, not this guy.
Who are you? Okay, stop right there.
It's him. It's the big cheese. Holy shit. You Mr. X. The big cheese. Chapter end. Oh, it shows me how much shit I got. How many points. CP earned from completing challenge can be used to purge items in the extra concha. 85% accuracy. Only one death. It only took us an hour and 30 to get through. Mr. Senor. You got a smoke? You got a smoke, Mr. Senor? You, Mr. X. The big cheese. Are they still gonna call him that? I wonder. Please tell me they're still gonna call him the big cheese.
Sacrificial lamb, you will receive our most sacred body.
Easy
It
smoke.
begins now.
No, Leon's jacket.
Oh, what the fuck? Hey, stop it. Hey, Yankee. Got a name? Leon. Quiet type, eh? I'm Luis Serra. Guess you, me, picked the wrongest spot to vacation, eh? Hey, stop it. You move, I move. And I'm beat up enough as it is. I can see you're thinking. Bet you've been in spots like this before, huh? I guess you're here looking for someone. One more guess. Maybe some missing señorita? Young girl? Talk. Now. All right. See. Heard chatter about moving a señorita. Moving her? Where? Who knows? But later, saw some men dragging someone to the old church. Hanging with you, not helping.
Nice combo takedown.
Good work,
We're not
folks.
done here.
Pretty much.
Later, amigo.
Peace. People leave. He's gonna go for the smoke now.
Shit, they took my gear.
No, my eggs. No, I was gonna make an omelet with all those eggs later. No, what the fuck? Playthrough ruined. Hello?
Condor 1 to Roost. I've located Baby Eagle. It sounds like she's being kept in some church.
Great. That's good news.
I heard it from this guy I met. Said his name is Luis Serra. There's something fishy about him. I need you to run a background check.
We'll call Condor 1. I'll see what I can find. In the meantime, make your way to that church.
Well, I'm probably due for confession anyway.
Sure.
Condor 1, out.
They'll probably do for confession anyways. Chapter 2. Oh, and again, oh my god, she was really good in this. Just as good as in the original. All I have is a herb to defend myself with. My defense is that he's just gonna roll up an herb. And hopefully they won't attack me. God, it's so fucking dark. Oh, my AC slider are 2. We can also deliver quick stabs. Okay. Shank. Stay back. I have a kitchen knife. I'm not afraid to use it. Stay back. What the fuck? Why is he grunting so much? Hey, stop playing with the knife, Leon. Let's get serious here. We gotta save the president's daughter. Equality! Thanks, Capcom. Deep behind. Wow, just now you're teaching me about stealth kills?
Hey, that's my gear.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's too funny. How did he not hear me? I'm grunting like a maniac. How am I supposed to fight him with my 2 kitchen knives? Parrying? Oh, if you have a knife, you can parry an attack with L1 with the prompt appears in the bottom right of the screen. You can parry even if you press it before the prompt appears. Then will be staggered. L1. Knife basics. Yo, that's sick. Wait, where did the rat go? I saw a rat. There he is, look. Ratch. Hey, little guy. Another fucking knife. Who puts a knife in such a big barrel? What? Who puts handgun ammo in the oven? Oh wait, those are armed. Can I also parry this? Can. Yeah, you tell him, Leon. You tell him. Oh shit, this is timed? And Leo stream be like. Oh, come on. Quick! Oh. Leo stream be like.
It's locked.
Nope. Don't step in the yellow bat trap now. Yo, wait, he can roll? Ah, nice. Feels good, man. They didn't touch any of my eggs. My eggs are unharmed.
I'll be taking these back.
Should I combine these? Why do I have so many knives on me? I don't want to save them just to see what's ahead before we combine. It's him!
Over here, stranger.
It's him! The legendary merchant. Over here, stranger.
Let's do some business then, eh? Welcome.
Trading with the merchant. Representatives can be bought or sold to the merchant using Ps5. You can also upgrade or repair your weapons and equipment. What? Repair? Once you complete a task you see from a blue quest note, you can claim the reward by talking to the merchant. Oh.
I knew I could count on you.
Nice one, stranger.
I've got something new for you, mate.
Mate?
Well then, what can I do you for?
Bolt thrower. What?
You'll get some bang for your buck. I guarantee it.
After a weapon that's great for immobilizing enemies, both can be retrieved and reused. Is this a crossbow? Wait, what? Buy this and get the scope. Wait, what? What? Hello? Is that a limited time offer you're running right there? Buy this and get the scope for free. Limited time only.
3 funny bits moment among us.
3 funny bits moment among us. 3 funny bits among us. Thank you for the 3 funny bits of hell, Mr. Death. Oh, but can I repair it?
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Oh my god, he says in it. He's a bruv. That merchant has become a bruv. In it, bruv. In it, gov. Key items that no longer serve purpose can be sold. Oh, that's cool. I don't think you could do that in the original.
Valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Thank you.
Alright, let's upgrade our case.
A bit more space never hurt anyone. Perfect size for you, stranger.
Thanks, mate. I want to repair my knife.
Good luck to you, stranger.
And then increase its durability.
Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less.
Wait, how much money do you have? 13,000? Wait, how much do you charge for an egg? Only 500, 600?
It's all rubbish, it makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make.
I want to upgrade this shotgun. Yeah. Let's wait till we get money for that.
I'll see you right.
I appreciate it, mate.
That cash in your pocket.
Shut the fuck up, mate. Jesus. Why are you so talkative? Yeah, how would the request coming like? Do you know that you can trade the smudge receive as a reward for available goods and can't be bought otherwise? What's the useful items that I recommend? Pick up. Map details located with calls, cherished, hidden treasures. Took me in the last long time to find them. These maps handy, you'll never be skint again. You may have to enter some dangerous areas to get them, but you can handle that, right? Wait, what? I'm still confused. What the fuck did he give me?
What can I interest you in?
I'm still so confused. Oh, it's those purple things that he gave me. Yeah, okay, I don't think there's anything I can buy with that yet.
I assure you. Next time then.
S control. Get rid of the rats. What? No, I don't want to shoot my rat friends. Rats. We don't know if they're carrying a disease, but we'd rather not find out. Rats. Rifle ammo, eh? Really want me to get the rifle? Wait, no, I don't want to discard it. Basically, I can't put ammo in here, so I just have to carry around the rifle ammo this whole time. Oh god. Where are we now? We just met the merchant. Oh, you can't kill him? You could kill him in the original. Yeah, okay, he's apparently unkillable. Yeah, thank you, stranger. He's immune, yeah, we can't kill him. Unlike in the OG. Yeah, but since we just met the merchant, I'm gonna go take a piss. It'll be a really quick gentleman. Actually, wait. I'll do this. You guys can stay at the merchant. Maybe he'll say something funny. Might be a bit really quick. Oh, you're gonna get ready to play again? Bud, upon continuing your IE4 playthrough, Mr. Junior. Have fun rescuing Ashley. Exactly. Can't let that happen. Although I don't think that's gonna happen. Well, yeah, no, because knowing me, I'm gonna be. I get distracted. I'm gonna get distracted by something eventually. Either way. Either way, have fun continuing your play for Junior. Yeah, I'll be right back real quick. Gotta go piss. I'm back again. Did he say anything? Did he say something funny? It's him, the salesman, yes. It's Mr. Merchant.
Well then, what can I do you for?
Probably Ada or Ashley, I'm guessing. Oh, wait, don't touch me. Yeah, that's what Junior was gonna get distracted by. Me? I'm already distracted by Mr. Kennedy. Yeah, I mean, I'm already distracted by this here. That's why he has his pants off.
Take a look. Something's bound to catch your eye.
Oh my god. Hey, That's true. I did take my pants off at the beginning of the stream. But I'm not pantsless. I have shorts on. I took off my pants so I could put shorts on. Trust me. Believe me.
Oh, nothing but the finest wares. Yes. Well,
So wait, hold on. What is it?
ooh, what you buying?
I got that.
What's that? How have we
Have they-
procured these
10?
curiosities? You don't want to know, mate.
You guys are cock out. What? No. Don't. I am wearing shorts.
Anything that will suit yourself, strength.
In factory. Well, we gotta do some exterminating. We gotta kill 3 rats. My cock up. I would show you if I could, but I can't because I don't have a camera. But believe me, I don't have it out. I don't have it out. I would never. Thanks, Amo. You can't wait for Krauser. He was already there in the beginning. Oh, well, that was an intro video in the beginning. But they showed him for a little bit. Oh man. I'm sorry, my fellow rat friend. I'm sorry I have to do this. I'm sorry. Ratch. I'm sorry. It's for the mission. It's for the side quest. The big fat fluffy rat too. Oh my god. Nothing personal, okay? Just business.
Yes.
Yes. Killed the rat. I'm Leon S. Kennedy. The rat exterminator. The rat had a family. He did. I can't just leave the poor rat alone. Capcom hates rats. Confirmed. Ratch.
Took care of her request, did ya?
Wait, how'd you know?
I can tell by the look on your face.
I'm alright.
Well done. You've proven yourself reliable. What can I interest
I can get the
you in?
Punisher gun.
There's some things money can't buy.
Did we get the Punisher gun? I wanna... Map. Anyway. I can see that look on your face. You look at you've done a request. Leon just looks the same as he normally does. I wanna get the map here.
You've got a soft spot for
But then I don't. What about? Should we get this Punisher handgun? I don't know.
Well then, what can I do you for? Pleasant travels.
Hexagon shaped slot. Oh, this thing. Get a potato. I'm sorry. I unfortunately don't think he sells potatoes. He sells everything else but potatoes. Amateur merchant.
Hello, stranger.
Hello. Welp. Looks like I'm carrying rifle ammo on me for the rest of the game. Yeah, what the fuck am I gonna do with this? Can't put it in my storage box or anything. Saving it. Because I just fixed the inventory. So wait. Oh my god. Holy shit. I was like, okay, so we're in this little area here. Now how do I look at the village portion? Then we'll zoom out and then... Holy fuck, man. That's fucking massive. That's a lot. That's 39 things we can get. What button is that? Locked treasure. Okay. So when it's just a diamond, that's actually something I can get. Yeah, we go this way, and then there should be something I should be able to get.
The hell am I?
Good question, Kennedy.
Ahí está.
Kick. You're not dead. Holy shit, you're a tough lady, aren't you? No. No. No mutating. Give me your money. Oh yeah, I wanted to upgrade the shotgun. Oh, it's this area. Damn, looking cool already from here. Screenshot right there. Yeah. Probably would actually have been nice to to have the rifle around now. About now. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Jesus. That ate so much of my health. That guy just spawned in. Oh my god, this is a disaster. No, what? It didn't even get all of them. Nade out. What? What are you doing? What the fuck? Why were you handling the shotgun so awkwardly? Hopefully I'll get the people in front too. Jesus, I was hoping I could stagger you in time. Should we heal? I don't mind dying here, actually. I don't mind trying to do this over. Get back in the building. Oh my god. Yo, that was a first aid there? Okay. Perfect. Perfect for covering you. Ow. Yeah, okay, let's try that again. And not fumble with the fucking shotgun. I don't know what happened there. I guess because I pressed reload. Oh, so wait, that's so nice. It gives you time to read the loading screen tips if you want to. It doesn't just instantly load it. Even with the SSD, it gives you time to read it. Or you can just click X in advance if you don't want to read it.
No good.
Oh, okay. Never mind. He sees me anyways. What? Holy shit. How did I get blown up? Wait, so can Leon roll? No. Where did the dynamite come from? Oh, it's probably that guy. Oh shit. Wait, he grabbed me again? Oh, no, we're dead. Oh, no, we're not. What? Woman, relax. Just fucking decked me in the face. Holy shit. Oh, there's just a dynamite guy back there. Where's the dynamite guy? Oh. Oh no, this is a horrible idea. Oh no, he dropped it! I knew that was a horrible idea. I was hoping I could kick him and he would still hold it. I was like keeping his hand after I kicked him. But no, he just drops it in front of me. Oh fuck, I accidentally clicked the look. Oh, I mean, you could just do that, I guess.
Sorry, must have slipped.
Nice one, Leon. Sorry, must have slipped.
There you go.
Oh hey. Oh, that hit me. Oh, at least I'm not dead. What? Oh my god, they're just gonna instantly show up, aren't they? No, what? I wanted to kick him off. Get away from me. Oh god, Leon. Excuse me. Nope, nope, excuse me, sir. I need to get out the window. Thank you. Now, follow the gather up over here. That would be perfect. I gotta get out of here. Get this loot, and we're going. Where does this take me? I'm just going back to the merchant now. You know what? That might honestly be the play. Run back here, upgrade the shotgun, come back.
Hello, stranger. Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
I believe it.
See how that feels, mate. A fellow like
Thanks, mate.
yourself should notice the difference right away. Pleasant.
Well, I have so much of this shit, so I should probably craft some pistol rounds. Yeah, one more pistol? Go. And then shotgun. Wait, no, I don't have enough for shotgun. Oh, we'll save that for the shotgun. Thank God for unlimited saves. Let's go. We're coming back. Stronger than before. What the fuck are you doing here?
Out of the way.
Oh wait, I guess I have the advantage of stealth now? No? Yes? No. Okay, he didn't know. He somehow didn't know. Oh, okay. Nice of block. Yeah, you know what? What woman? Get off of me. Oh well, I can't. I can't deflect the grab. Who has dynamite? Not you. Oh. Stop reloading so much.
Give me a break already.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh. Must have what, Leon? I just got wombo comboed. That guy came from behind and put me into the lady. I need to get the knife combat down. Wow, this guy's not here now. Quick, take this guy down and then put the locker here. Oh. What? I thought that's what that was for. Small key. Oh my god, he didn't get staggered. Who the fuck is that one with the dynamite? Oh my god, it's the crazy grabbing woman. Get off of me. Oh my god! I gotta get out of here. Where's the dynamite person? Oh, it's him. God, he's got one hell of a throwing arm. He's throwing them so far. Put it down. Thanks.
Out of the way.
Oh god. Oh god, oh god, this is fuck, why did he have to turn?
Next.
Ow. You're not dead? That guy seems to be just chilling up there. Works for me. Okay, do it. Do I still have the small key? I do. Is that for one of the drawers, maybe? I still have a flashbang. What the fuck? Wait, how high up is this other lady? Oh, she's right there. The high ground failed her. Is that all that's here? I guess so. If you have to get 3 of them in the original or something. Okay. We pulled through in the end. Oh god. Oh wait, she's fuck. I don't think you can block that.
Not bad, right?
Jesus Christ. I already have to repair my knife again. Holy shit. We cool if we actually managed to kill everything? I think we're cool. No, there's still one lady. Yeah, whatever. We need someone to tell the tale anyways. You get to live. Need someone to tell the tale of what happened here.
Hello, stranger.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome. What can I do you for?
Jesus Christ. 3,000 to repair the knife.
There, you best tune up your kit.
Well, hopefully I'm not gonna regret not getting the rifle. Oh. Hold on.
Take a look. Something's bound to catch your
Let's see. Am I right? Is the small key for the drawers here? Aha. It is. How do I get mask? Does the order matter? Probably not, right? Well, let's see if we can find the yellow one.
Hello, stranger.
Hi. Oh, we got the kitchen knife equipped. Perfect. Maybe? Maybe I could technically stealth. Never mind. I say that as I get caught. Because this guy was camping in the corner. Right, bring it. Oh, really? Nah, that's just unlucky. I blocked it and he stabbed into the bear trap. Oh, they both have axes.
Out of the way.
Oh my god. Wait, did they not get staggered? I was hoping to stagger him. Rip. Alright, that's fine, because then we get to do the thing over and not step in the bear trap this time. Alright, and let's not get debated by the guy camping in the corner this time either.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Jason Statham is hot.
What? That is so random, Justin. But that's fair. I can see it. The handsome looking bruv. Fuck it. I don't want him to turn. Yo, they can step in their own bear traps. Nice.
Not bad, right?
They just don't want to. I was hoping that'd be. Is that anything? 1 red and 2 blue? Is that anything special? No, it's not. I need the yellow one. Oh wow, you can actually it actually gets more and more worn down too. In the inventory, that's nice. A nice detail. Also, this is really fucking slow, actually. I didn't realize it was that slow. The reload speed on this? What happens if you shoot the bird? Do they actually drop something? They do. 150 money. Worth. Wait, he didn't drop anything? No. What? I just heard an enemy. No. Collectible. Scribbles about dolls. If it isn't that what it once was, to try to wind up dolls. Do not forgive those astrocats. Ugh. Thanks, Leon. Thanks, Leon, for the input. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Chainsaw Boy's back. Excuse me, come for. Get wrecked. Is he dead? Oh my god, oh my god. Crazy woman. Crazy woman. Oh my god. Fuck. He didn't step in it. Yeah, this is the perfect time to look at a photo. At last, flesh of our flesh, blood of our blood. Give thanks and rejoice.
Old photos.
Yes, Liam, it's the perfect time to look at photos, my dear boy. What the fuck? Oh! Get back in the house. Go outside, there's a fucking chainsaw maniac. It's a save room? Illuminados for free. Great relation of the mass. The people offer their most prized possessions. The old farmer, his finest crop. Slide smothered his stoutest pig. Maria grant her own beloved babe. Master saw these gifts and was pleased. Piggy, I don't know, crop, piggy, and a babe. I don't think they can come in here. Even with the combat music, I don't think they can come in here. Hand grenade. Is that a piggy? Crystal bauble. Hey, nice. Eating a nice pepperoni pizza. And then a carrot for dessert. Wait, how did you get in here? Another egg. Are you leaving? Why are you leaving? Get back here. You need to stay until the end. Because Leon, he's gonna make an omelette out of all his mini eggs. What, the bathroom? What's in the bathroom? Alright, where's the chainsaw guy? I kinda wanna kill him. He is. Wait, where's the bat trap? Was someone triggered it? Oh, there you go. Is he dead?
Stay down, all right?
We killed Leatherface's Spanish cousin. Didn't quite get him with a fish, but we got him with a shotgun. I can't put that in the mask. Wait, let's see. I don't really think I can go anywhere else right now, can I? Wait, there's two treasures I missed. Is that like, is it bird's nest?
Hi, I'm Carl, and
Oh,
we're going to talk
hi,
about how
Carl.
to properly kick open a door, right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center right there. Pick your site where you want to put your foot.
That's an
that
angry
puppy open.
man.
Piece of
Angry
cake.
Batman with a hatchet. What the fuck was that kick? Okay. I think you should have kept that door closed, Carl. That's an angry madman with a hatchet. Close the door. Guys, hi. I'm gonna teach you how to close the door. Thanks, Carl. We need that. Because we don't... After we kick open the door, we can't figure out how to close it. What you want to do is grab the door and pull it closed. Piece of cake. Thanks, Carl. Yep, that... Yep, I can't argue with that. It sure was a piece of cake. I thought it was going to be a lot harder. Carl ease. Yeah, why don't we have an emote like that? Powering sunglasses. Easy. Is it this thing? Oh, it sure was. Pearl pendant. Smoke gun. Oh my god. I was gonna make that an emote today, but now just wait till the weekend. Look at the fucking clip we saw yesterday that I showed. Man, that is just perfect cinema, that clip. Like, the music that's playing is just so perfect. That way he pulls out the gun and then fucking creates like a giant smoke cloud as he shoots it. Like, what the fuck? I can't. How does it create that much smoke? And how are you meant to stealth with a pistol that creates that much smoke? Wait, 3 of the same one is more. Okay, so wait, hold on. Remove all of these. And then put all blue ones. I really want to know how that would look in an emote. I wonder if you would even be able to tell all the smoke stuff, but only one would find out. And then, of course, there's a fucking goofy suppressor sound effect. Also makes it perfect. Pew. Then, bam. Giant fucking smoke cloud. How is he gonna explain that? Like, huh? Where does smoke? Where did the smoke come from? What are you doing over there? When did you start smoking? Huh? Where did the smoke come from? What was that noise just now?
Oh, break's over, I suppose. Welcome. What can I interest you in?
23,000. Hell yeah.
Your valuables won't do you much. A deal well struck.
Hey, I can repair my knife now. Did we get the rifle?
Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might
He giggles. Actor stranger. Well, let me repair my knife.
good luck to you, stranger.
He would fit perfectly. Except, oh my god. Instead of the people giggles in the giggle coast, there's just this guy. It's the version giggling away.
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs.
On the giggle coaster.
Thing of beauty, isn't it? All my wares are in.
He said in it. He said bruv. In it. Because I really can't get over this. Buy this and get the scope for free. Limited time only. Bruv. 64 bruv. I don't think she's in this game. I don't think Lilith is in this, unfortunately. I don't have enough space. How much space does it take up? Oh my god. Unfortunately, I don't think he's here either. Lilith. It's free money? Yeah, I mean, if he was there for all the setups, I guess maybe he had to go to bed or something.
Time is money, mate.
Time is money, mate. Yeah.
Let us know when you've made some room.
Oh, I just need to move this. Okay, hold on. Exactly, see? We played. This is why we played inventory sim. Well, save room. There you go. Smooth. We've been prepping for this moment.
Wish your enemies sweet free of charge.
Thanks for the special offer.
All yours, stranger. Will that be all then?
I think so.
If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit.
How much is it to upgrade this? 23,000 to upgrade this again. I guess it's already maxed then. I don't know. Yeah, upgrade the do I want to upgrade the durability of the knife? Yeah.
We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. Well then, what can I do you for? Come back anytime.
Oh, the scope is up here. How do we shortcut it? Yeah, can I do that? Is that possible? Saying scope of 2 stage of magnification can be mounted onto rifle and some automatic weapons. Automatic weapons like a knife? That's automatic, right? Yes. Yeah, I mean, just look at this. Yeah, okay. It's semi-auto. Semi-auto knifing.
Why not treat yourself, mate?
Why not treat yourself, mate, while I'm doing that thing with the knife? Hey, do I even want the scope, actually? What is it like? What is it like without the scope? Yo, wait, it actually becomes first person? Holy shit. Call of Duty. Did I save? I think I did, right? Fucking hope so. Alright, let's go.
Hello, human.
Hi. Hello, human. How's it going, human? And we didn't miss anything, right? There's nothing to unlock new. Okay. Wait, there's a treasure in the house? There's a treasure in the house. On the final 10, nice. You'll be able to knock that out tonight. Sub-objective. Wait, what? Sub-objective? What's the sub-objective? That's the plan. Nice. What? Yeah, I don't know either. Wait, what the fuck? That is a giant fedora. Is that Mr. X's? Giant coat too. But you remember a park. You actually remembered. Didn't forget this time. Now, what was it that you remembered? And before, you already forgot now. Sure, I probably forgot. I should forget in the process. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, well, I probably should forget. Guess it wasn't too important. Put on the fedora. I wish. He has an outfit in the original game where he has a fedora. Who knows? Maybe it's unlockable in this. Oh. You had to buy something and then you were just like, wait, what the fuck? Why don't I have any of this? What happened? I don't have any of this anymore. Oh wait, I see. Oh, right. Oh. Oh, that's the thing I forgot. That's what I was supposed to buy. Oh. Whoops. Whoopsie. I already read that. What the hell? What in the fuck? Do I have to align this? Sounds like someone's walking around. Monka W. I mean, it's kind of there already. Kinda. What the fuck? Puzzle time. Easy money back. That noise. What the noise the ball was making? The background noises. Shit, it sounded like someone was walking around. Hands up. Is it the big cheese in here? There's no big cheese. Let's record volume 3. Date, October 10th. The weather has been strange as of late. The weed withers and the cows grow thin. Number 8th. There are signs of famine. It is true, we like the beans to work the fields, but at Sadler's orders are absolute. January 30th. 30 people have stabbed to death. 5 cows will be slaughtered. March 11th. Parents have gathered to cast loads. 6 were chosen for Lord Sadler. April. 8 more today. Date. 4 more today. Date. 11 more today. Date. 2 outsiders got lost and wandered into the village. We took them to the altar for the ritual. No need to cast loads today. Who were the outsiders? Was that the police officers? That was not the most pleasant sound that ball was making. Odd scene. Wait, I wasn't done. Oh, there's the big cheese. Fucking wrecked.
The blood has accepted the gift.
Oh my god, who could that be? Why gonna give it to you? Yep. X's brother. Why? Why gonna give it to you? And he just leaves.
My blood?
Oh, that's the end of the chapter. Yeah, it's basically what he did. Just, alright, I'm gone. See ya. Can you hire that guy? What? What do you want to hire him for? As a bodyguard? Died 5 times. He killed 42 people though. Yeah, if you hire him as a bodyguard, I don't think anyone will dare to come close to you. And if they do, they're just gonna get kicked in the fucking chest. Kicked in the chest and fly across the fucking room. Previously in Resident Evil 4. You know, it doesn't do that.
Bruce Condor 1, I've got that intel you requested on Louis Serra. It seems he used to be a researcher for Umbrella.
Umbrella?
Umbrella?
I should have left him in that bag to rot.
I'm sending you the details. Take a look, but Baby Eagle is your priority.
Copy that. Making my way to the church. Condor 1, out.
Baby Eagle. As his name for his Ps5 lead in New Jersey State was Jed. No prior records have been discovered, including his birth certificate. After graduating from university, he was employed by Umbrella's research division, where he became a rising star who won favor among his peers. His wanted to develop a sell common over the counter drugs, while Lutra discontinued before ever reaching the market. See the attached list of details. A few years later, Sarah resigned from Umbrella and could not be located. After the Raccoon City incident, efforts were made by law enforcement and the government to track down anyone with links to Umbrella. But despite conducting an extensive search, they were unable to find them. Knowing how well he evaded them, we were almost certain Sierra went to great lengths to disappear. In Hunnigan's handwriting, comment over the counter drugs? Question mark? Do you seriously think that Umbrella would let one of their best work on some antacid or beauty cream? As a quick question, do you see those? Yeah, you see those lights at the bottom. Head to the church. Those flickering green lights. The hell is this? That's a secret. There is still a secret here.
What the hell is this?
Oh, I need Ashley for this. Exactly. What the hell is this? The big cheese. Oh, that just saved. They call him the big cheese. Doggo!
You too, huh?
No, doggo friend. I got you, buddy. You're welcome.
Take care of yourself, buddy.
Good ending achieved. Good ending achieved. Save the dog. How many fucking X? Yeah, there's no else we could use this. Resources L. Resources L. What does that mean? I'm gonna find that's good. You should probably just get more out of it compared to this. That's a small one. How do we create rifle ammo? Can I do that? Can it requires 10? Hmm. How many? You get 7 rounds out of it. So fucking dark in this cave. Woo! Was that my wolf friend? Oh, I'm back in the village. So wait, why do we have treasures here? There's one in there where I need Ashley. Then there's a one at the farm. Hmm. Why do you have gunpowder on you? Why does a crow have gunpowder? Are they still playing bingo? Seems like it, no one's here. Vintage compass. Old-fashioned compass has been kept in good condition over the years. And then there's only the Ashley one. What's very cute. Oh, fucking Jesus. Fucking Christ. Stupid traps. Anyways. What the fuck? Oh. Evil doggos. Hands up. Not afraid to use this gun. Wait, they're gonna jump through the window. What the fuck, man? I thought we got to chill. I was gonna run over here and grab the treasure, and then maybe go over here too and grab this other treasure. Oh well. Why is that dead cow there? Oh, what? Crazy woman! How did you set up dynamite in your house?
One down.
Can I just snap the walls from here? Where are they? Oh, I can't go over there now. Oh, that's why that was like that. Because you need to go through that to come this way. Maybe, but yeah, I still want to go to the farm. Hey. Hi. Greetings, human. We're going treasure hunting. Where is he? He went to go play bingo with the rest of them. He was late for bingo night. He had to hurry up. People gamble. We love bingo. Oh my god, it almost fell into the well. Holy shit. Look at this happy piggy. And then I can't get the other one. Can I do anything with this? Oh, wait, is this what I think it is? I think this might be where we have to fight him later. The mess arrive guy. The big cheese. Oh. Oh. Can't even go all the way back that well. No, then we gotta try and go past the wolves. Before we do that, though, let me hydrate up. There we go. Yeah, let's go. Oh my god. That just spawned another issue. Well, time to tell him about that now. That's fucked up, man. One issue after another. Oh, but you don't even have to spam X to jump over that. He just does it. Oh, here, I can get him. Wait, actually, they equipped the scope. Are you serious? The wolf ran away? Oh, hey, man. How is he not dead?
All right.
All right. Yeah. I'm Leon S. Kennedy. Yo, wait, that killed it? I shot it in the ass and that killed it? Nice. Oh, where is his friends? They don't know. Although there is still another one. There was 2 wolves over here. I think they know. God, look at the teeth on it. Get down, get down. Hello? He hops down here only armed with a knife. Oh shit. I just got a hand grenade. Patch. Well, I hope you'll hopefully you'll be able to relink it again. Otherwise then it's completely fucked. Completely messed up. Hey, stealth. No detail. Pixelated as fuck in the game. I think it was like that too. When I played it, like it looked normal on the site, but then every M1 was just really pixelated in the game. Jesus. Clever villagers, man, putting up bombs. Right, well, I guess that's all we can do for now until we get Ashley. Follow it. Oh, she's the one that I stealth killed her. What's the coin saying? The coin has decided our fate. Will we live or die? Will we be able to save Ashley? For some reason, I was expecting a loading screen as I opened the door, but no, we don't have that anymore. Oh, but this powerful next-gen SSD. Oh, wait, there was a snake in it. Viper. What? Oh, I opened the door, or rather, and locked the door, so I was expecting a loading screen, but yeah, no. We don't have loading screens anymore. Not with this powerful SSD. The poison glands are removed and may be eaten. Can be used to restore health. What the fuck? Am I playing Snake Eater all of a sudden? Wait, how do I... Poison glands are removed. How do I remove the poison from the snake? Can the merchant help me with that? Get the SSD guy in here. Jesus. The SSD guy. The guy that spoke about SSDs for half an hour. He's actually also the guy that created NAC. He's the NAC creator and the SSD guy. What, don't you carry a snake poison gland remover on you? Don't you carry that around you wherever you go? Fucking scrub. It's common sense. It's common logic to always carry that around on you. Everyone does it. Everyone has one. Everyone always carries that snake gland poison remover. That's bad, man. I'm not prepared. We're entering DBD. Look at all the fog. There's really nothing to read there. Look at all the fog. Fog! The fog emoji actually makes sense. Someone left the smoke machine on. Either that or someone is shooting that smoke gun right now. Maybe that's what it is. Someone's firing the smoke pistol off. There is stop vaping in there. Give me for the last time. I told you to stop vaping inside the ritual room. Stop. You're completely ruining the atmosphere. Stop vaping in the ritual room. Get out of that, Jimmy. How about confiscate that vape? Illuminados 49. Sleep well and flourish, dear child. As your body grows, your mother's shall sew new small clothes. At 7 quantal of weed and half a bowl a day, you have outgrown your pen. Flourish, dear child, for the sake of your brothers and sisters who cannot. Okay. That's a big skull, all right. That's a pretty big skull right there. What? Shotgun ammo. Yo, with first aid. That means shit's about to go down.
Got some new wares,
What the
stranger.
fuck?
You're in for a treat.
How are you here? How did you get here? The prudent choice. Say I constantly running out of ammo? Well, I got a treat for you. The bolt for something else, mate. Its bolts can be treated and reused. You can keep shooting for forever. So don't forget to buy the bolt recipe to turn your extra knives into well bolts. Never worry about ammo again. And that's not all. You can affix the bolts with attachable mines, proximity explosive, to quickly turn the weapon into a powerful mine thrower. Shoot an enemy, you don't explode instantly, or the surface to set a proximity mine. You lose the bolt, but it'll be worth it. I don't want it.
Take a look. Something's bound to catch your eye.
Viper Hunter. Dear friend of mine is gravely ill, and I'd be very much like to treat him to some delicious vipers before they pass. Is that a snake charmer willing to lend a hand? Sell free vipers. I already have one. Where do I find vipers?
Welcome. Got some rare things on sale, stranger.
He set the line. Oh, I can already get the SMG.
What you see is what I've got.
All resources and gunpowder. Oh, it tells you there how much space it takes up.
That cash in your pocket
I don't know if I want the SMG, to be honest. I think I'll actually upgrade the pistol.
A well-tuned weapon can make up for a... There you are, as you wish.
I have that.
Ruby's all rubbish, it makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make. A deal well struck. What you see
I
is
mean, I
what
could buy it. What's that? Holy shit, we have so much stuff in inventory. I could buy it, but I don't know if I want to get it this early, do I? I don't know. I think I'll hold off on that. Flash grenade recipe, though. That was pretty good.
Knowledge is power. Remember that, mate. Any pleasant travel.
Thanks, mate. So why the fuck do I find more Vipers? I have to find 3. It doesn't even tell me. What? I'm gonna go fucking snake hunting now? Treasure? Wait, I missed a treasure? Go back.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger.
Okay. Oh, you're right there.
Hello, stranger. Well,
Hi.
Wilden, what can I thank you?
No problem.
Come back anytime.
Well, since we're here with you again, give me a second. Let me be right back. Get some more water this time. And this time we'll go over here. Hey, baby, let me go get some water. Hey. I have returned. I got some water and juice too. Hey, hold on. I don't think he says anything while you're just here. You probably have to go in his menu and then he'll say something. Say something if you take too long. Okay. Let's see here. We can really only go one way. Everything else I need like a key for. Oh, I need Ashley. Yep. Hey. Wait. Is that a new comment or was that the whole time? I don't remember. Get Delph. No memory. Wait, what? Church. You ready to confess your sins? You ready to confess, chat room? We're going to church.
A church. I made it.
You ready to confess, chat? We're going to church. Proceed to shoot a crow for no reason whatsoever. Wait, why didn't I get the chance to kill him? Oh, wait, because he's dead. He's already dead. Hello? What? Why is that coughing you? Is that a person? No. A tombstone. Weren't you able to like read them and interact with some of them, I think? In the original. I mean, you can read them now. Just by looking at them. No need to interact. Oh fuck. I should have shot the bird. No.
Damn it. Condor 1 to Roost. The church is sealed up.
And Baby Eagle?
Negative. Nothing yet. But they sure do have this place locked up tight.
I see. I can think of one reason they'd want to do so.
Oh, she's here. That's for sure. I'll find a way in. Condor 1, out.
Oh, shit. Assumed it. I remember the way you get in, I think, is by doing the puzzle that's back here. At least there is a puzzle back here that you can do. Wonder if it's the same. Same style, at least. puzzle? Stephen, God. That was a puzzle? Alright, here you go. I'll solve your puzzle. Hold on. Let me make it more realistic.
Hi, I'm Carl. We're
Oh
going
my
to
God.
talk about how to properly
Hi, Carl.
kick open a door, right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center right there. Pick your site where you want to put your foot. Kick that puppy open. Piece
No,
of
I
cake.
misaligned it. I was trying to make it so I was looking at Leon's face. Wait, see? This is how you solve the puzzle. Bang, 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 bang. This is motion controls right now. You can aim with motion controls. That's because I enable motion controls. I have to move the controller now in order to move the camera. And aiming? Man, this must be so weird. You walk in on someone and they're fighting like an entire horde of villagers. And they're just fucking ADSing like this and moving the controller left and right, throwing it around the room. Like, bang, 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 bang. I have to grunt the ADST, of course. Why does he do that? Jesus Christ. Right, let me disable this before I forget. It's even worse with the knife. This is the speed runway. Bro, Ashley, you better like the church on the appointed time. People are gonna be questioning what the fuck you're doing in the room. If they just hear you grunting and yeah, whatever you're playing or watching is grunting too, like like what the fuck's going on in that room? What the fuck are you doing in there? Hello? I'm scared to go in there. Pest throw. He outside has for the aisle. Lock her in the church and I orders rum lot and then keep the church door shut. What? Did I just have a stroke? What was that? What was that reading? Why? The key I'll be held in the cave on the side the lake. The monster will deal with the fully intruder. That's what it says. I just read what it says. Because it's missing some letters. For the aisle, lock her in the church and I ordered from Ulo. What the hell?
Lake. Let's hope for no more surprises.
I barely have any space in my inventory, don't I? Don't. Ooh, it's another quest. Oh wait, the puzzle isn't that here? Elegant headdress. Headdress and veil with stones. Grave robber. Those traitors twins should not be allowed to rest in peace for joining the evil cult. When anyone destroyed the emblems engraved upon their tombstone. Destroy the tombstone emblems. You didn't tell me what they look like. Well, what should we make? Make a flash grenade. Let's make rifle ammo. There you go. It clears up some space. And then I fill it right back up. Seems good, man. As you do. This is gonna break, isn't it? Oh wow! It actually let me climb up. I'm surprised. Well, yeah, the puzzle that say in the original is not here. Build a pit later. Yeah, that's a whole lot of ayayaing. Don't worry, we'll soon get to the ayaya. Maybe perhaps we'll soon get to Ashley. Ashley. Has anyone seen those? Has anyone seen those Animu IE4 episodes that they made? Where are the tombstone emblems? The twins. Only 2. The chunk is here. Well, the chunking. Oh, is it this? The chunking has arrived.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Just vandalize some tombstones. I'm Leon S. Kennedy. Hold on. I want to try something here. What happens if I destroy the wrong ones? What happens if I just destroy all of them? Does something happen? A funny Easter egg, maybe? I don't think anything happens. The only thing that happens is that you waste your bullets. That was an awfully easy quest to just destroy those 2. Oh well. If you let the save so we get those bullets back. Yep. Wait, there's a treasure in here? Alright, there is, but it's locked. That probably takes us where we need to go. Do we want to go where we need to go? I don't know. Juvie? I don't have any space in this inventory, man. I have room for like one more thing. Oh, here goes. Knifing random shit doesn't deplete the knife. That's good to know. Oh, this is probably inside the church, I guess. Lake. Oh, yo, this bit too. Remember this? Good night. He's not dead. That's messed up. What? Wait, why did that was a torch he was holding. Why did it sound like it was a Molotov? Come here and fight me like a man then. Was he just gonna chill up there? Take that. Really? Oh, yeah, he's using the kitchen knife. I'm not using my own knife. Yeah, I fucked that up by opening the menu. What? Why are you not blocking? Wait, I think there's a snake in this one. Yeah, I was right. That was a snake in it, because there's one there in the original. Wait, no. Hand grenade. Oh, hello there. Oh my god, woman. Holy shit, you do a shit ton of damage, madam. Wait. There you go. No need to waste a rifle bullet on that. I could just burn her. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. There's way too many of you. Settle down.
Next.
Is he not? Yeah, he's not dead. Alright, but cool. I want to go back and grab the loot. Oh, how are you still here? Oh, because you stepped out of that. Yeah, because I was like, I burnt you alive twice by now. But he's clever enough to step out of the fire. Smooth. Well, we just... Fuck. Oh, we need more inventory space. I mean, I guess we could have shotgun ammo. Yeah, that would help up a bit. Perfect. Now let's not die, because I don't want to redo my inventory over. Oh, it's right there. Wait, how am I supposed to get that treasure? Because it falls down there? I assume we will be able to go there. I equipped the oh shit gun. It's this bit. I think this is the bit where the two chainsaw ladies show up. Don't tell me this is gonna close behind me. Are we just gonna be locked in? Wonka shake. All or nothing.
Good luck finding someone big enough to use this thing.
The mass arrive guy will be able to use it. Actually, wait, no. Things for a fucking made for a giant. So anyone can show you poop down, they are truly by the person and I can't bear it. 5 of them. Is that where I am right now? Yes, so. Keep an eye out for medallions, chat. Oh, that's a dog. Nice. What? It's not dead? There you go. Take that, you wolf. Wow, that's a cool diesel. You can hear him sleeping back here. The big guy. character you have to fight later in this area. He's just sleeping right now, so I'll wake him up. Hey, yo, what the fuck? No, shut up. Be quiet. Shh. No yelling. The big giant is sleeping back here. You don't want to wake him. What? There's the... Where's she? Oh. Don't want to wake him. She's just shooting my loud ass pistol. Oh wait, it even tells you what the medallions are? Okay, now that's a bit cheesy. Don't wake him. Bang, bang, bang. They fucking start shooting my pistol like a madman. Yeah, don't wake him. I said don't wake him. As I proceed to keep shooting. How's my inventory? Full as always. Jesus. I know, right? I need more eggs. We're making the ultimate omelette. We're making the omega omelette by the end of this. Open briefcase. I should have put it. Imagine. Leon comes home from the mission. Opens his briefcase. It's just full of X. X that are rolling out of the briefcase. She's like, what the fuck, Leon? Why'd you bring back so many X? What the fuck? I was gonna make an omelette. And then he looks into the camera. And then this plays. Then roll credits. Resident Evil 4. It turns into a sitcom at the end. Eck. That's just incest. Ranger.
I see you took care of a request. Well done.
Thanks, mate. Get cash back. Instead of letting your unused guns collect dust, why not sell them and spend the extra cash to upgrade a weapon you do use? When you sell a weapon you've tuned up, you'll get almost all the expenses you put into it back. What, really? Oh, okay. Maybe it is worth getting the other pistol then. No catch, mate. We're just rooting for you.
There are enough weapons here to get a party going.
Sure is, Leon. Is that pasta? Why does he have pasta? Or is it hay? What is that?
A job well done deserves payment in kind. What can I interest you in?
Well, what can I sell? What can I give you?
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. I knew you were a go-getter.
Okay, yeah, now it actually sounded like egg, unlike before. Egg.
Good as new.
Egg. You said it really fast, though. Egg. Yeah, let's upgrade the rifle.
This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You see.
Upgrade the reload speed of the pistol, too.
We're starting to get an idea of your taste.
But wait, so...
Well then, what can I do you for? Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us.
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What was that at the end? Wait, so this is for the Punisher, which is this gun. An SG-09. That's not my pistol, is it? Oh, it is my pistol. Oh, okay. Well, then I could just save up for that. Yeah, I think I'm just saving up for at least a sec.
There's some things money can't buy.
Special offer.
That cash in your pocket or your life.
Oh man.
Easy choice, mate.
Why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta have a special offer for the crossbow right now?
Steady.
What? Holy shit, what the fuck was that noise you were making? It sounded like you were knocking on an egg too. Something like that. 20% off. Is it worth it? I'll think about it, okay?
Got a selection. Pleasant travels.
20% off of the crossbow. Wait, where did I get this knife from? What? Oh shit, this is what I think it is? This is what Junior was talking about? The shooting gallery? Why does he have a random shooting gallery here?
Welcome, stranger. I believe this is your first time having a go at target practice. There's only one rule. Shoot the targets as they pop up.
I saw that loading.
Right? If you do well, I'll make it worth your while.
I thought this was a loading free game.
Anyway, have fun.
I demand a refund. What is this shit? Can't hide that loading from us, Capcom. We all saw it. You ruined my immersion. Now I demand the refund. Red Pirates and shoot for the highest score. Never unlimited. It's all free. Earn tokens. Basically just score for a chance to win magnificent prizes. Change your tokens to charms. And oh my god. Charms, eh? Every game needs charms. Every game. You can't escape them anymore. Even a single player game like Resident Evil has charms now. The full treasure can be found somewhere nowhere else.
Charms Park.
Yep, some charms. But what can I put on my gun too? You can destroy several targets at once by shooting nearby dynamite. Be careful shooting a sailor will deduct points. Some targets cannot be destroyed with one shot. Shoot as many shots as it takes for it to break. Certain conditions are met, but bonus will be added. However, these conditions will change from game to game. You can use 3 silver or gold tokens in the token machine to win a random charm. The more gold tokens you use, the greater your chance of getting a rare charm is. Alright, well, let's start gambling. People gamble. Here we go. Do I have to use my own weapons? People gamble with guns.
A rifle can take out multiple targets with a single round. Rate of fire leaves a bit to be desired, though.
100%. Well, here we go.
3, 2, 1, begin!
Wait, that's a sailor, isn't it? Oh, no, that's a sailor. Oh my god, I missed. Oh, I should have hit the skull.
Superb shots! Reload!
Ruined! I fucked up already. Restart. Embarrassing. I missed a shot too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now I keep missing. Oh my god. I'm XCOMing. Fuck. What?
And that's the game.
Steven, amateur shooter. Come on, game. That was pretty good. No, again.
Right.
Steven gun. We gotta make Steven proud. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Fucking consoling. Oh wait, that's a genius idea. Yes, use the motion controls. Who knows? It might be better. What? Quick. Wait, I thought it was gonna explode. Oh my god. I thought it was gonna explode and kill everything. Okay, hold on. What did you just say? Knack? Horse champ? Oh shit. Knack cameo? Knack reference? In my Resident Evil? Oh, here we go, here we go. Motion control the time. Yo, if I 100% all 3 of them, I get to see the Knack for each trailer. Okay. We're sitting here all night till we get it. With motion controls.
3, 2, 1,
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, this is so uncomfortable. Hold on, can I like turn up the sensitivity? It's so slow. Ugh, I don't think I can. Alright, whatever. Reload, Leon. I just have to fucking throw the controller. Oh. What? No, I fucked up. Again. With motion controls. Wait, there is 6 of those skulls? Have I even gotten all 6 of them? What? Oh my god, you need to like not miss. One more time with motion controls.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Oh fuck, I missed the skull.
Superb shot. Reload.
Wait, where did they come from? Yeah. How was that not the skull?
Shit.
Oh man, this is tough because it doesn't let you reload.
And that's the game.
You can only reload when you're out of bullets. How it? Okay, turn off this fucking motion controller. Alright, here we go. First try. We're about to do it legit now.
3, 2, 1, begin. You're an artist, mate.
Thanks, mate.
That's the stuff. Brilliant.
John Wick time. Oh my god, the recoil. Shit. No. I can't. I almost feel like I can't do it with my terrible handgun. Hold on. What happens if we turn camera acceleration when aiming off? It's a kid issue. Handgun issue. Okay, wait, hold on. It needs to go the other way. I think. There you go. What? How does that miss? In what universe? Also, wait, you don't even have to shoot them in the head. As long as you just hit them, it gives you 200. Yeah, let's just shoot this guy in the stomach. Yeah. Oh, well. It doesn't matter on the skull ones, though. Of course. Stop aiming at the head. I can try to do headshot only over here when it doesn't even matter.
Shit.
Right. No. Hey, there's a new high school. Oh, really? How did that not hit him in the head? I was too trigger happy. Should have shot him in the face. Too fast. Can't get a word out. Thanks, mate. What? How does that not hit him in the head? Damn. The reload's too slow. Another new high school, though. Fuck. Crit shooting. Yes, let me start over. How can I hit that guy in the head now? Fuck. What? Finally. Oh, I see. This is how you get the last 6 medals. S rank.
Not every day I see a performance like that. You're something else, you are.
Well, we gotta get all the skulls though. Fuck, I missed. No, I can't get this guy down. It's gonna be Ps5 remake? Yeah, most likely. Probably. In a few years from now. But preferably, yeah, preferably I and what other people want is for them to do Code Veronica, but I don't think they'll do that, unfortunately. Yeah, preferably I'd hope for Code Veronica. But yeah, five is probably next. It's inevitable. I might give it a few years though. They might give it a few years and make Revelations free instead. And maybe work on some spin-off games. And then i5 remake, and then of course the new Resident Evil 9. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, remake of a remake. I mean, I wouldn't mind an IE0 remake because I like Rebecca. I wouldn't mind seeing Rebecca in the IE engine. Rebecca-chan. And then yeah, if it's gonna have co-op, they're gonna throw co-op in there, then I'm sure it'll be a big hit because that's what people really want with Zero. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Rebecca-chan. An IE0 remake. But it's a good question though. What yeah, they're gonna do after this. Fuck, I missed the skull. Wow, the skull's here. One over there. Oh, there's one behind that one too. And then there's one there. Yeah, the last 3 are in that, in the bonus one. Okay. Again. Hey, what all my skulls? Hey, we got all the skulls. Nice. There you go. Clap. But that deserves a clap. Holy shit.
Every day I see a performance like that. You're something else.
Bonus condition, destroy all pirates. I already did everything here. Nice. But that's a good question though. Yeah, what's after this? Obviously I-9 is after this, but yeah. Wonder what they'll remake next. Hopefully Code Veronica. Or if they will do Zero and add co-op to that. Oh, another thing. People also really want Resident Evil Outbreak remakes. And have multiplayer in those games. Hey, you found the Ace mode. Ace guns. An emote made by DBD. Yeah, it really sucks they never get around to that. Really sucks they never completed that. i7 via and PC would be amazing. FBI, time for round 2. Oh my god, why does it have a scope? I hate this. But do I have to get them as a collateral? Oh yeah. Nice. So it kinda sucks, yeah, I can imagine. The combat isn't the best. But it's probably still pretty cool for a bit. Until you get to the combat part. How the fuck? Yeah, he's peeking out the barrel like that. Holy shit. No, the last skull. No, no, I was out of ammo too. That was the last one. Damn. Aries, how'd that miss? How'd that miss? Time out. My leg was itchy. Shit. No, what? I don't have enough for the last one. I don't have enough for the last one. How am I a bullet shot for the last one? Oh, that's nice. Half-Life 2 VR episode 1 is a POG. Play the whole franchise of VR. Almost soon now. Well, we're not gonna fucking do it like that. Oh, I think I see how you're supposed to get the last one without being a bullet shot. Oh, I think I have the idea. It's just, you know, how do we do it? Yep. There we go. Smooth. Hell yeah, mate. Sippy Pucus. Oh, yeah, that would be really sick, actually. Portal in VR. CS:GO VR with crossplay. Now that'd just be really fucking funny. That'd just be hilarious. I could see them work on that. That could possibly be a thing, actually. Especially with CS:GO 2 and stuff. Or CS2. So how does this work? What the fucking Jesus Christ, holy. I see. Yeah, then you want to switch there. In here. Go like Skyrim 2. Yeah, it's just CS2. No CS:GO 2. Oops. Oh, it's fine. This is just a test run. Seven skulls, okay. I did not see 7. Jesus Christ, man, that's so fast. Oh, I missed. It's too fast, huh? What? He juked it. Wait, why is it just him? Isn't it supposed to be 2? Oh, there it is. Oh, what? That hit the barrel.
Sorry, mate. That's a penalty. And that's the game.
Oh, you see like 2 of 3 skulls. What?
3, 2, 1, begin. That's it.
Does he have? Oh, he has a skull.
You're an artist, mate.
Oh, well. Supposed to use the other gun here, but oh well. It still works. Oh god. Okay, is it that one we want to use the rifle on? I see.
Superb job. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Oops. Oops. I know I missed twice. Don't call me out.
3, 2, 1, begin.
What?
You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff.
Oh. This is terrible. Oh, I didn't get the guy in the back. Oh my god, it's a miracle. I didn't hit him.
Superb shot.
Whatever.
You're an
Just restart.
artist, mate. Targets don't. 3, 2, 1, begin. That's it. Superb shot.
Ruined, exactly. I missed, fucking ruined the disaster. It's not over. We want to get all the skulls. Yeah, can you just hand me the M24-9, man? And this will be a piece of cake. Oh my god. How do I keep hitting the barrel now there? Give me the M24-9 and I'll light up that barrel. Make him wish he never went in there. Oh my god, I missed him. No, I missed the skull. What? I didn't think I hit that guy. Well, where is the things here? So there's one there, 2, 3. Where's the last one? That wasn't enough. I thought that was 4 on that on the bonus thing.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Oops. No, you didn't see anything.
3, 2, 1, begin. Sorry, Mac. That's a penalty. 3, 2, 1, begin. That's it. Brilliant. Double kill. Very good. Reload. Beautiful.
What? How? Okay. That was me that time. I moved the thumbstick
3, 2,
by accident.
begin. That's the stuff. Brilliant. Double kill. Incredible. Reload.
Yeah, the fucking Hitman pirates tanking headshots with a fucking sniper rifle. T1000 Monk W. Even in this game.
Artist, mate. Double kill.
There you go.
Superb shot. You missed.
Are you serious?
Like you.
Oh, it's fine.
The bonus time begin.
Oh my god, oh my god. We finally made it and I'm fucking it up. Oh, wait, where's the last one? I got them all. Wait, no, there's 2 we can get? What?
I'm speechless.
Where's the 2 last ones? Did anyone see them?
3, 2, 1,
Well, they're definitely not here.
Sorry, mate. That's a penalty.
There's not. Is that one in this guy? No. These guys don't have any either. Okay. Oh wait, is it because I missed that? But that would be free right there, assuming I hit that. So there is free, okay? That's 3 of them. That's 3 of them, so there has to be 4 during the bonus round.
Well done. We'll see you again soon, eh? 3, 2, 1, begin! That's it! Superb shot! Double kill! Reload! Very good. You're an artist, mate. You missed. That's not like you. It's a bullet bonanza.
Okay, so let's see if we can count 4 here. 1, 2. Okay.
Superb shot.
Actually, I have to clear them all.
That's the game.
There's one missing. What the fuck? There's one missing at the end. Where's the one that I'm missing? What's going on?
But I'll be. We got a real deadeye on our hands. Right.
Missed one. Yeah, where the fuck is the last one? I'm missing one skull. Oh, you didn't make. Oh my fucking god. The IE4 clan. Excuse me. Ah, sorry, man. I'm sorry to break it to you, but you didn't quite make the IE4 clan. Okay, good. You missed one skull. Sorry, we only accept perfectionists into you. Only the best of the best get into the IE4 clan. Missed a skull? Nah. Amateur, oh man, I'm sorry. What? I don't know. Where? I don't even know where the last skull is.
3, 2, 1, begin. That's the stuff. Brilliant.
I don't know where the last one is. Is it because I missed one of the ones I know of or something?
Reload.
Quick, Leon.
You're an artist, mate.
That missed. Amateur owl.
Some of them. 3, 2, 1, begin. That's it. Brilliant. Double kill. Very good. Reload.
Okay, well I missed that. That would still only be 5. Are they expecting me to clear them all out? I mean, there is a lot of time, so maybe. Maybe you do have to clear all those bonus ones out, and then you get the last one. It's like the only thing I can think of. So otherwise, I don't know what the last score would be. Off to a great start, eh? Stupid barrel guy. I gotta... Yeah, you know what else? I quickly gotta go piss. Maybe really quick. Maybe that'll help me focus more. I have to use the bathroom. Be right back. There you go. That was nice. Now we should be able to focus. Let's do this. Hey. Hi. Hello, human. Let's do this. Let's get these fucking skulls. This last one. Am I a human? Am I human? Hello, human. Alright, so we have to get everything here, I think. Then that spawns the last skull. Oh, I see how you're supposed to do this. Supposed to wait for all those to line up and then get them. That was a new high school. Interesting. Fuck. Okay, let's look at it. Sick. Oh my god, this is horrible. No, he's out of ammo. Jesus. You gotta know the timing for that. For when they line up at the end. Are you serious? Fucking T1000 in the fucking barrel. Yep. Okay. T arrived. No, go away. Get out of here. You're ruining my shooting gallery. Go back to Hitman. Go back to Hitman and annoy 47. T leave. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Wow, you actually left. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Nice. I'm not leaving till we get this. What? Why did you have to poke your elbow in? Yeah, it would have been like 10 minutes. And he shows up and he's just like, hey, could you please leave? And then he's like, oh, okay. Leave, sure. Yeah, just that strong as well. They asked nicely. What else could I have done? What should I have been an asshole and just not left? He was being so kind. What? He was being so kind, so I just left. I just left. I didn't want to come up. I didn't want to come off as like an asshole or anything, so I just left. Like any normal, decent human would do. But you're not human. Oh. Whoops. Whoops. Send me back then, coach. Fuck! It was too fast. I didn't hit the skull. Alright, let's see if we can line it up now. Hey. They all missed the skull, I'm pretty sure. Wait, no, that doesn't spawn the last skull. What? How and where you where do you get the last skull from?
I'm speechless.
Me too, because I don't know where to get the last skull. Are you not happy with what's why is that? What happened? Your character died or something? Well, let's go people gamble then, I suppose. I don't know, think of what the last skull could be. Region of prices. What if I just put all 3 gold? I got an epic merchant. Wait, you put these on the case, it's not even the gun. Oh, it even has a buff. 5% of weapon upgrades? Okay. Soldier with dynamite common. 30% attachable mines. Bonus frequency. What? Go for some more spins. I hope you can't get duplicates. Seal it with bowgun. 20% bolts. Hey, stop giving me the bolts. I don't even have that. I don't even use that. Seal it with shield common. 20% shotgun shield. Oh, no, good. That one's nice. Done, Jose. 20% hang. Oh, that one's also quite nice. You can't hit it anymore. Well, I want to go see what this looks like. Maybe we'll come back down here because I want to know where the last case, the last skull is. But I see. That's the scene you're not happy with. Interesting. Hexagon piece. What? Oh, it's a key item. Wait, but for what? A unique pattern. Let's see, what is this?
Welcome.
Oh wait, no, it's over here. Equip left, equip center, equip right. Got a little merchant guy dangling off of my case. My briefcase. I enjoy the look of. Alright, so let's get the shotgun one. And the handgun one. Got little Martians dangling now.
Next.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
Dime then.
Where is that last skull? Where did we even come from? It's been so long in that shooting range. This is where we came from. Probably save. Might be a good idea. I've saved 22 times. Holy fuck.
Why not treat yourself, mate? Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Man, that's really annoying. That is really annoying. Why could that last?
Do you much good in the grave? Hard times, mate.
Where could that last skull be? Wait, what was I gonna look at? This. Well, what did we have here again? This one. I even need one more snake. I need to destroy the medallions. I'm going back down there. I'm going back down there. You can't stop me.
Welcome. Come to do some shooting, have we? Some of the targets are, well, particularly sturdy. One shot won't be enough. 3, 2, 1, begin.
But now I'm completely out of it. I have to hit the machine. Hold on. Okay.
3, 2, 1, begin.
I I must have missed it somewhere here, but I don't know where it would be. Oh, so that's a pretty cool pause. Right as the shell is flying out of the rifle. We already confirmed that it's none of these. One of the sailors? Nah, there's no way it's one of the sailors. And zoomed out just in case. That, like, I don't know, I might miss something. Okay, so this guy has one. And then yeah, after this is when it goes to the bonus round.
And that's the game. We were right about you, stranger.
We. Who is we? Either way, I guess we could try and count again. How many is there here in the beginning? Wait, this guy clearly has nothing, right? Oh, there it is. I see. Clever. I'm glad I came back down here. You just have to destroy his barrel. He's hiding inside the barrel. Cheeky little hiding spot. I don't know why I went there. Oh well, that works. Oh my god, Junior raiding us while we're in the shooting gallery. Appreciate it, Mr. Junior. Did I get that? I didn't get that one. Oh well, that's where we stopped. Appreciate the raid, Mr. Junior. How far did you get this time? Hi, fool. Taking another break from it. Oh, nice, you've met Ashley. Yeah, okay, then you've gotten pretty far. Nice. Hey, how's the hell is that, Farron? How's it going, my good sir? Chapter 6. Jesus. Double the chapters ahead of me. We're in chapter 3. Quick. Hey, we did it. Pog. Holy fuck. We got all the skulls. Finally. Holy shit. Oh, the new high score too. Smooth. S rank on all of them with all the skulls. Can I hit the machine some more? Hey. Perfect, that's all my coins. Gun Esteban, 50% circuit craft. Wait, don't I already have that? Is that the one I have right now? That shit took you a while. The hardest thing was just finding the skulls for me. That was the most difficult part. On that, it's not too bad. Especially after I changed the sensitivity, so we could do this. We even tried to do it with the motion control. That was pretty funny. But hey, who am I kidding? If Farron, he knows that it's my hacks. My hacks are back at it again. My hacks is shining. Once again. Oh wait, this one's better though. 15% more. This is 20 and this is 15. Did you use your coins that you got from the shooting gallery? Did you get some charms? I don't know how long we spent on that. Probably like an hour, I think, or something. I don't know. Either way, I don't mind. It was fun. Oh, you did? Nice.
Welcome. Wielded.
Well,
What can
fuck.
I
Now
do
we have
you?
to play the game again. Alright, this is still 20% off. Ah, man.
Bang for your buck.
I don't know. Is this worth it? 20% off? I don't really know if I'll use it. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. No.
Anything else I can help you with?
My hack's saving the day once again. My hacks can't save me from this inventory, though. We're constantly running out of space. Oh, you met him again too. Nice. Yeah, you've probably seen a lot. Well, I mean, you have. You're in chapter 6 and we're still in chapter 3. I do not have the key. So that get back up. How many chapters does it have? I don't remember how many the original had. Didn't I have like 15 or something? But you should make sure to grab all your stuff. Because after that you can't go back. Oh yeah. I figured. Because yeah, it says here... I mean, you can't really see it because of the Twitch chat's covering, but yeah, it says 16 out of 39. And that's just for this area. Yeah, well, knowing the original, having played the original, we'll be going to a castle eventually, so... Yeah. When we get around that bit, I gotta make sure I've found all the things I want here before we go to the next place. What, 15? Oof. That's a lot. Long game. That's nice. I don't mind it. I don't mind it because it's Resident Evil. More time with Leon. Does the game warn you though? Does the game warn you about that? Like, hey, you're about to advance the game. You might want to make sure you got all the stuff you want. It does? Okay, that's nice. Oh, nice. Thanks, Capcom. Yo, we get to use our binoculars again. They're out fishing. Oh. That decapitated police officer.
Fuck.
So I'm fucking out of here. Go, go, go.
The hell was that?
The Loch Ness Monster.
Damn. Look at the size of that.
What? Excuse me, Leon? Damn, look at the size of that.
Looks like there's something over there.
Yeah, the policeman's fucking dead.
Can you hear me?
Go for some,
Steady.
go for the poor policeman. What the fuck? Are you good, Justin? You okay, man? You having a stroke or something? The castle. I really like that they did that. Added more binocular spots. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the original he only uses the binoculars once, and that's when he enters the village. I'm glad they added some more points for you to be LeoXDrb peepers. I mean, you can't really do too much with it. It's really nice that they added more use for the binoculars. Pretty nice. Peepers. Yeah, someone's looking back at us from the castle. Like, wait, he's looking over here. He's looking at us. He's found our secret spot. He's found our location. No, we have not met him again. We have not seen the mess arrive guy since the house. Since he kicked us in the chest. No on boat fuel. Boat fuel is stored with a generator fuel inside the processing build of the finished farm. Take only what you need. Generator. Really are playing DBD. Yes, yeah, he's still at bingo. It's a long bingo night. The big price. The winner gets Leon. That's why they're still going. The bingo night. I can't go fishing. Come on, man. Let a man do a little fishing. Or shit. Might be running a bit low. Inventory space. Just a bit. Yeah, put the key in there.
Come on. Fill the tank when you're done.
Wait, can I fish? With my gun? I probably shouldn't do it because I don't think I'll be able to reach it. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to do something really stupid. Let me go back and save. I want to do something really stupid. Let me go back and save first.
You have the stench of battle on you, mate.
Thanks, mate. Alright, you ready for something really stupid? You ready for some next level stupid fishing? Yeah, that. Here we go. Well, that wasn't really the desired outcome, but that's not really what I wanted. I was hoping they would, like, splash out, and, like, I was gonna throw the grenade, and then the explosion was gonna make him splash and land up here next to me. But that's the outcome I was hoping for. That they're just dead out here now. Whoa! What? Oh, what? I'm glad I saved. You are dead. What? The big fish had enough of my bullshit. Wait, what?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Exactly. He didn't like it that I threw a second grenade in the water. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm glad I saved. Got eaten by the big fish. Alright, now what? What are we? What am I actually supposed to do here again? I'm supposed to find fuel. Oh, is it this bit where he opens this up? Let's see. I don't think we can see any blue medallions from here. So blurry, the scope. I can't even see anything from here. Oh my Jesus Christ.
Shit. God damn it.
God damn. Is there alligators? What is that noise? Oh no, it's this fucking guy. The guy with the piggy mask. Oh! Okay. I didn't expect him to turn into. I didn't expect him to turn him into a fucking Beyblade. What the hell? I just had him fucking spinning with his sledgehammer. Hey man, how's it going? The Dark Souls boss. Yeah, what the fuck was that? Man just had a fucking spinning. Beyblade, Beyblade, Beyblade. K.O. Leon S. Kennedy. Holy fuck, man. And down to the floor he goes after that. Get out of here, woman. There we go. Took an unexpected hit from that Beyblade Dark Souls boss, but well, we got it. Oh, what? You can't block that. Apparently. Oh, or maybe you can. It's just a small window.
Out of the way.
Snake! Yes. I'm hoping we can find the green herb. That way I can use this. Hey, there's a medallion right there. Oh shit, man. He's got a fucking crossbow. Not anymore. No herbs. Herb. What to do, what to do. Surely there's no more enemies, right? Right? Surely. Surely there's no traps in the ocean here, right? Ever. That wasn't me. Wasn't me. Self. I really don't want to use my first aid spray. I might have to. Are you serious? Don't want that.
All right.
Give me an herb. Oh, oops. Not an herb. Don't you dare kill me, you stupid snake. No. Shit. I guess I could craft something. What to craft, what to craft. Rifle ammo. Better than yours, really? I'm surprised. I mean, not as organized as I would like. Oh, I guess it's just a bit clustered with everything. Oh no. Now I'm actually curious. What does yours look like? What does yours look like? Can't be that bad, right? Here, another snake. I gotcha. I want to see it. Really can't be that bad. Okay, okay. Oh shit. I actually just want to run back. Oh. He's not turning, is he? Yeah, I was about to say. Fucked if he does. Come on, man. Sorry, there's at least a one herb around here somewhere. I used to believe there's no herbs. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, oh, oh. Get the fuck out of here. This is what I'm gonna die to. I'm gonna die to a random snake with how low my health is. Gonna die to a random snake from a crate. Man, where are all the herbs? What the hell? Antique pipe. I think I can see the last medallion from here. Beep, 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 beep. Terrorist wins. There.
Last one.
My game. Oh god, 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 oh god. Fucking snake. Yeah, it could have killed me. Well, back to this. Beeping. Did you hear any beeping, chat room? I didn't hear any beeping. What am I gonna do with all these snakes? Oh, it's just a bird. Yeah, don't worry. It was in the game, yeah. It's in the game, don't worry. In Resident Evil. Herb? Nice. I like that. That's a good one. That's a good first result. The fucking taxi song. Yeah, that fucking song. They play in the taxi. Hello, Arnold. Don't laugh at me, man. I'm dying. Where is this herb? I want the herb. I don't want to use this first aid. What am I meant to do with this? I'm scared to eat it. Oh, okay. I should probably disarm this, otherwise I'm gonna fucking run into it. Like going up here, it just spawned more enemies. He's turning. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that guy turned. Go did. Is he actually coming up here? Oh my god. I'll just get him when he comes. Wait, is he actually gonna like climb the ladder? Bye. Oh man, they really want me to use this first aid, eh? What the fuck? See ya. Fuck are you doing here? Oh, oh. What is happening right now? Should we use the first aid? Spray? The game really doesn't want to give me an herb. The doctor has spoken. He doesn't want us to use the first aid. And no, I mean, he's a doctor after all, so I'll take his word for it. Not use it. There you go. We need to drop down here. Alright. Well, if we're not using the herb, can I at least run back? At least run back unharmed. And save the game. Please don't have any enemies here now. Thank God. Oh shit. Hello, Mr. Merchant. I'm kinda in a rough spot right now. But I'd like to save.
So that... It's a request done and dusted, eh? Good stuff, mate.
Oh yeah.
I knew I could count on you. Well then, what can I do you for?
Then I can sell all my fucking snakes too. This pipe is worth 7 game.
I'll buy almost anything. Perfect. You're a real professional.
I can sell them the merchant job. Okay. Alien dance. I mean, I could buy a first aid from him, but no. No.
What you see is what I've got. A job well done deserves payment in kind. Got a selection.
I can get the
of
laser
good
sight now,
things
though.
On sale, stranger. Oh, an interesting choice. Oh, I mean it in a good way, of course. Come
What?
anytime.
You don't like that I bought the laser from you? Laser device. Was that even worth it? Okay. We sell us for sneaks. Now our inventory is a bit, just a bit more breathable. Right, okay. So wait, have I done all the requests? Go ahead. Now let's limp back to where we're supposed to be. No, you missed one. Ruined. Restart. Is that the whole playthrough? No. You missed one here in the first area. Oh, it needs one more. No, I'm not starting that over. Fuck no. That's fair. Because, I mean, it is a long game. Might as well finish the first time and then you can always replay. Get the one you missed. I haven't gone on the boat. Exactly. I still haven't gone on the boat. You really do play at your own pace, huh? What? Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean? No, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. We take it nice and slow. Sometimes I think we don't take it slow enough, to be honest. To be honest, sometimes I think we don't take it slow enough. Crazy. It's actually crazy. Sometimes I think we're going too fast. But yeah, you probably already been on the boat by now. You probably already would have been in chapter 4 by now. Hey, man, yeah, we just take it nice, easy, and slow. Indeed, indeed, we do it at our very, very own pace. Nice and slow. Gotta take every moment in. Gotta enjoy every single second. To the fullest. Alright, well, we killed all the people here, so. Actually, we just saved. I want to see. What happens if I eat the snake? Okay, it does actually heal me. I don't have to get rid of its venom first. Exactly. Imagine playing games fast anyway. Imagine. Who does that? Only speedrunners do that. We're far from speedrunners here. Fish. Black bass. A freshwater fish of the largemouth species. Mild flavored and nutritious, shows your health. Infamous fish. Mr. Fish here. He takes up free spaces. What the fuck? Why does he do that? Yo. What happens if I eat the snake? As a quote. Copy paste. Let me copy paste it so I can do it later. Here. Oh, I can do it during a cutscene. Alright, we need to carry all the eggs and the fish. All the eggs and the fish. To carry with us till the end. Yeah, it would probably be around the same time, to be honest. If we started at the same exact time. Oh, no, you'll probably be a little bit ahead of me, honestly. You'll probably be like a chapter or two ahead of me still. With me taking my sweet time. Because, well, I like messing around with this too. Yeah, why did he do that when he pulls out a knife? Same with the handgun. Yeah, that's the sound I make when I pull out a gun too. Or a knife. Oh wait, that's funny. The PS5 digital code, the back of the box. Pog. I guess I forgot to change it. PlayStation. on Xbox. Oh, Mecha crossover. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what's up? What's up? Do you have to inspect my fish? I don't you have a good taste when it comes to briefcases. Could I shoot the briefcase upgrade? Oh my god. Yes, please. I need a bigger briefcase so I can carry more X and more fish. Please. Can I also have charms on my briefcase? I need space for my little merchant job too. No, oh. Oh. That feels weird. Sir. Yes, serious egg containing briefcase maker. Oh, you don't. You did not have time to waste on charms. You don't have time to waste on silly charms. We take our briefcases serious. We don't add silly charm to them. Sir, so what will it be? An egg briefcase or nut? Please be serious. Get back to me when you're serious about protecting your egg collection. I just wasted my time with you. I'll go find a customer who values our egg safety briefcases. Yeah, call me back when you're serious about this whole thing. When you're serious about this whole egg briefcasing. I'm sorry. I was just curious about the charms. I just want my merchant charm. Auto sword. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I have to done all this work. Slap him with the fish. Wait, can I equip the fish? Oh, I thought I could. Well, we can do this at least. Gooby can equip the fish. Alright, let's finally go through this door. Knock, knock. Open up the door, it's Leon.
Hi, I'm Carl, and we're going to talk about how to properly kick open a door, right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center right there. Pick your site where you want to put your foot. Kick that puppy open. Piece of cake.
Piece of cake, and it's just Leon. Thanks, Carl. Oh. Oh, closing on its own, the usual.
Hi, I'm Carl, and we're going to talk about how to properly kick open a door, right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center right there. Pick your site where you want to put your foot. Kick that puppy open. Piece of cake.
Exactly. Egg. Exclamation mark egg. There's another egg here. Our egg collection grows. It expands. %% egg run. Nothing but eggs.
This is what I'm talking about.
You have too many eggs. I can't let you on board this boat. You're too heavy with all those eggs. Is no one gonna spawn because I already killed them, I guess. For security at the airport. They see a briefcase and they're just like... It feels weird. Sir. What is in your briefcase? Can you explain to us what's in your briefcase? Why is it full of eggs? Why do you have so many eggs? Did you pack this yourself? Oh, just nicely, neatly placed eggs in the briefcase. All secured in place and stuff. Has it been in your possession this entire time? Have you been carrying this many eggs this whole time? What are you trying to pull here? What are you trying to do? What are you gonna do with this many eggs? Make an omelet, of course. One big omelet. I want to go back and save. Because I'm scared of the big fish. Oh, well, why didn't you say so? We hit the security checkpoint. Love omelets. Send some our way when you make them.
Ooh, you welcome. Ooh, what you buck? Suit yourself.
Ooh, what are you? Suit yourself. Let's go. Hit the boat. Only took us like 2 hours, but here we go. Boat time. I actually don't know how long. Where have we going? I kind of forgot actually. We're going on a boat. Why are we going on a boat again? I don't remember. I think it's to find the other guy, Lewis. Wait, hold on. I have a key. Oh, well, I'll use it a bit later on, I guess. That's to get more eggs. No, unfortunately not. Resident Egg 4. Collect all the eggs. Collect as many eggs as you can. Defeated by the engine. Surprise. What am I doing? L1 R2? Oh, throw harpoon. Do you even boat engine, Leon? What, that missed? Why should a boat engine license? Holy shit. Where's Devil G? Yeah, I need some Devil G support. Show up and body slam this water monster. Yep. Go up and body slam this thing.
Think you can swallow me whole, huh?
I'm pretty sure he can. Oh my god. How are you still on the boat? Jesus. Am I even doing it right? Who knows? I'm alive. How many harpoons does he have? The boat has health, but I haven't lost any. You think Leon packed like 1,000 harpoons? Holy shit. We're dead. Unless one more harpoon does the trick. Oh, unless the boat dies. It's got a second boat behind them full of harpoons. I believe it.
Where'd you go?
Jesus.
Christ. I don't think the boat can take another hit like that.
Whoa! He's just styling on us.
You tough son of a bitch.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. But no! Wait, he moved it in front of my boat! This asshole, did you see that? It moved. Oh, goodbye, Leon. Jesus Christ, that death animation. Nom. I'm ready now. Let's do it. I just had to get that out of my system. Numb. Basically. Leon got numb just like that. Just like how Scooby eats the pizza. Skip cutscene. Was I even controlling the boat? I guess I was. Oh, I just got like... No. Leon just decided to throw harpoons at him. Yeah, maybe you should try to ask nicely next time. So that doesn't happen. Ask the fish monster to leave. Kindly leave. That missed.
Think you
Okay.
can swallow me whole, huh?
Oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm surprised this is even hurting it.
Where'd you go?
That damn fish. Get this damn lake monster. Holy shit. Now he's styling on us again.
You tough son of a bitch.
Time to get ready for bat, Mr. Junior. Roger that. Get nice and comfy and bad. Oh my god, how is it missing? Maybe I need to aim further ahead. Now I keep throwing it over here.
Christ. I don't think the boat can take another hit like that.
Oh no, oh no, oh god. What the hell is happening? Where did all this debris come from? Oh my god, we did it. A harpoon hurler. Oh, we got meat for days now. Yeah, perfect time for a nap on the boat. Perfect time. You've earned it, Leon. What? Excuse me? Really? I spent almost 3 hours in this chapter? Holy shit, man. We spent almost 3 hours and didn't even feel like 3 hours, to be honest. Holy shit. I thought we were only there for like an hour, like in the other ones here. Holy fuck. Oh, okay. Almost 3 hours in chapter 3. Yeah, this is gonna be a long playthrough. Gonna be a lengthy one.
Sacrificial lamb, you will receive our most sacred body. It begins now. When day breaks, you two will join our covenant to share in my holy blessing forever.
What the hell? He just had a nice nap on the boat. Yep, 24-hour fishing stream. 24-hour fishing stream and egg hunt. Oh, the boat's done for. There's my controller.
Condor 1 to Roost. Do you read me?
Condor 1? You've been radio silent for 3 hours. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Won't let it happen again.
And the church?
I'm still looking for whatever key I need.
Copy that. I'm glad you're okay. Roost out.
Fishy. Can I actually fish? I want to fish. They're teasing me with all these fishes. Find the key to the church. You're a key. Oh, it's his hair. Oh. Oh, I thought that was a mirror. Onka darkness. Well, have we come full circle? No, we haven't. Mr. Segal is still here. Have the oh shit gun ready. Mr. Segal has just been lurking. They still haven't given me a green herb in a while. Is this a red herb? Yeah, it is. What am I supposed to do with that? 2 episodes left? Nice. Really seems like he's liking it a lot. That's good to hear. And he's all caught up. He's gonna get even further than me. Is that doll heads? No, it's actual skulls. They don't do dolls. They only do real skulls. What do I? Yeah, I have to get your knife equipped. What the? What the? Indeed. Stay back. Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Sorry. Must.
Sorry, Leon. Cut you off with your one-liner? No, there's not another trash on top of that. Too slow, you mean you know me. Like taking my sweet time. More gunpowder. Where are the green herbs at? Batman. Oh shit, gun.
What is this place?
Cave, Leon. What is this place? Maybe, I don't know.
Kind of shrine.
I'm not sure.
Same mark from the church.
What? Why did you see that at the church?
Is this the key?
No, it's the actual thing. I'll be asleep all day. Because I kind of want to play this board tomorrow, to be honest. If we're feeling good.
It's the lake.
The lake with the little mutated alligator. What? Why'd you open the map? Oh, because I need to go there. I don't know if I can wait until Monday to continue, man. 2 days. Not continuing this? I don't know if I can wait that long. Plus, I guess it would add up in the end. Since there was no stream Tuesday. Hey, didn't I need that somewhere? Over here. Saturday and Sunday stream incoming. Possibly Saturday, yes. Definitely not Sunday though. Definitely not Sunday though. Unless I really, really, really like the game. I need at least one day to just chill by myself. Egg hunt! Oh my god. Someone trust me a rare gold chicken egg. What will they do with it? Well, sometimes it's more fun not knowing, right? Oh. This is what we excel at. Egg hunts. Right, I think there's another cave the next thing. Convenient new boat. Oh, that's why the controls are so awkward. Wait, can I go fishing like this? Oh, that's the merchant over there. Do we even have anything for him? Not really. Back on the boat. Did I get more eggs? No, even better. Got an egg mission. I got an egg side quest. Egg hunt. Someone fetch me a rare gold chicken egg. What do I do with it? Well, sometimes it's more fun not knowing, right? I have to find a golden chicken egg. The game knows this too well already. What was that? Oh, those are fish. Hold on, stop. Turn the boat around. Fuck. That was space in inventory. It just feels weird, but you know what? At this point, just give him the egg quest. Just give him the egg quest at this point. Jesus Christ, man! Why are they so obsessed with these eggs? Now we're obsessed with fishing. That didn't even hit him. What? This fish is immortal. Eat it. Well. How much can you sell the fish for?
some new items? Welcome.
What? You have news?
Something new for you, mate.
Yo.
What you see
Upgraded briefcase. Can I trade the fish for more eggs? Yeah, does he have that? Can we do a little trade? I'll give you a fish for a couple of eggs. Briefcase upgrade. Room for more eggs.
A decent size. But size ain't everything, am I right?
Wonder if a rocket launcher.
You'll get some bang for your buck. I guarantee it. What's that? How have we procured these curiosities? You don't
What?
know, mate.
I can get a black briefcase. It increases the drop rate of resources. A sniper scope. Do I need a sniper scope? I don't think so. This is for the SMG. Exactly. Who needs a rocket launch? I need egg capacity.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price come back.
I need room for all the eggs. Yes. More egg space. Need one more. Need one more white egg. Oh wait, we also have these here. Completed the game in 12 hours. He tells me he just bomb rushed through it. Doesn't mean that's usually what they do. But they usually just get through the game as fast as possible. You were AFK for 3 hours. What? AFK for 3 hours and you're still like 2 chapters ahead of me? God damn. That's still pretty good. X staircase. Briefcase full of X. Gonna smell of egg and fish. This briefcase. Cheeseburger. Oh yeah, right. The reason I even came here in the first place is so to see how much he charges for the fish.
Anytime. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? I'll buy almost anything.
Almost anything, but not the fish. Oh, there it is. 800. It's worth more than the egg.
Suit yourself, stranger.
I'll keep on my fish for now. Thank you. Oh, I might as well. Bucket fudge. So like the wooden way shrouds. Oh, that's what that's for. An antique pocket watch that shows signs of use. Oh. Go back to him and sell the pocket watch, I guess.
Welcome. Well then, what can I thank you? Pleasant
Thank
travels.
you. Now we save again. Nice. Right, what are we doing? What am I supposed to do? Can I just ignore all this? Head back to the village? So wait, we have space now, right? Yeah, we have a good amount of space.
Won't open.
Thought I could shoot the lock if there was one. Jesus Christ. Why are all the herbs? Who took all the herbs? The green ones specifically. Flash grenade. What? Oh, well, I'll take it. He threw the dynamite at his friend. He got fucked over by his dynamite friend. Who is the dynamite guy? Oh, it's to him in the back. Shit. Try to shoot it out of his hand. Come on, light it again. There you go. There's no way you survived that. Well, that just falls over. What? That? I don't have a kitchen knife anymore. Are you going to bed, Junior? Good night, good sir. Oh, you're going to lurk until you get ready for bed. Oh, okay, well then. Enjoy the lurk. You're not quite in bed yet. Gotcha. Yeah, who knows? Depends on how I feel tomorrow. Be a special Saturday stream with more IE4. I don't know if I'll be able to wait till Monday. Does he see me? Does he know? Now he doesn't know anything at all. Fucking dead now. Oh, I think I healed the treasure. It's right there. Oh my god, I didn't mean to hop down. What the fuck? Oh, the quick camera turn. Oh, Jesus. That works. Yeah, that guy actually die? So the fire for once? I think he did. Oh my god, it's a yellow herb. Where the fuck are all the green ones? We haven't found the green herb in so long. The only treasure here. What's happening? Is he mutating? Kitchen knife. How the fuck do you know I'm here? Light the fuse. Light it, I dare you. No, it doesn't even have to be lit. Why was he just staring at me? We could have shot that too, and that would have been another bomb. Alright, what the hell? What, we have all these symbols? Oh wait, what? Oh wait, hold on. How many do I have to click? 3, okay. What the hell is that supposed to be? Okay, whatever. Whatever that looks like a face. So... The phase... actually, I'm not sure about... No, well, I guess I was right. I wasn't quite sure about that one. But I guess I was correct. Faucet's head. Blued. Well, now get the fuck back to the boat. No. Come this way. Oh. Hold on, let me execute your friend. Alright, come this way. Thanks for the body. Can I just leave while these guys are here? I don't have to kill them, right? They can't hurt me in the boat. Wait, but I didn't really go this way. Or did I? Did I go that way? I don't remember. Well, I despawned them, so it works. Oh, we did go this way. Yeah, because you have to go this way to unlock the door. Right. Did I just run into it? I can't. This isn't like a debate or anything, right? Felt like it. Felt like there's gonna be like some snake in there hiding. Oh, where's the thing I shut down from earlier? More stuff with the merchant. A green and a purple. Is that anything? 2 gemstones, different colors. You can find something that can have 5 in it. Jesus Christ. It's a... So wait, it should probably recharge the controller. So we don't die. Mid-combat or something. Oh. Should we do anything with this yet? 2 things can be in it. I think I kind of want to keep that for a bit. More people boat. Well, let's see what's over here on this island. Oh, this is the island where we got the first boat from. That island over there. Look at his shiny hair in the dark. Is this the spot? No, that's for the main quest. We don't want that. That's to advance the story. We don't want that. Oh my god. But there's chickens here. Wait, is this where we're gonna find the golden egg? Oh, X for the collection. Sweet. Chicken Island. And when are you lay a golden egg? Oh, there it is. This is golden chicken egg. Well, thank you, chickens. We got the holy golden egg. Highly valuable golden egg can be used to restore a large amount of health. The one egg to rule them all. The golden one. Take a picture of a egg of fish inventory. Another one of those. Still no green herb though. What in the hell? Ooh, a red 9. A new pistol. A Ps5 handgun, a large red 9 is burned into the grip to prevent the user from loading incorrect ammo. I can't even carry it. Well, send this to storage. Is it better than what I have? Whoa, what the fuck is that? That's a big fish. The Lunka bass. There's no way I can make room for that thing. Watch. A rare longer sized bass measuring over 18 inches can be sold at high prices or used to restore large amount of health. I think I have to get rid of my 2 fishes here. Wait, oh wait, I can just send this to the thing. I can do that since we're just exploring right now. It's perfect. There you go. That way we don't lose our precious fish. Was that a fish? No. Okay, so we've cleared the lake. Yeah, let's head back to the merchant. Actually, wait. No, it just goes this way. Just head into the cave. Alright. How much is big fish worth?
Oh, breaks over us. Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Well, I gotta compare this pistol to my other gun.
Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life and death. You're a deal well struck.
Catch me a big fish request. Oh. Wait, so I should save this for later is what you're telling me, Guillaume. I don't have that quest right now, do I? Well, here, I have the X.
This is what I'm talking about. Fine work. Good stuff, stranger. Come back anytime.
Catch me a big fish. I don't have that, so you're telling me I should keep on to this massive fish.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for?
Excellent. Well, I guess I could. We could save really quick and then sell it, and then see if the quest completes at it. Or if I do need to have it for it to count.
Perfect. You're a real professional.
And I did count.
Well done.
Even though I don't have the
You've
quest.
proven yourself reliable. Anything else I can help you with? Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
20% off.
What you see is what I've got.
It's true.
Well then, happy cooking. Well then, pleasant travels.
I didn't need room for the rifle again. Oh. Put this in there for now.
Welcome.
Where's the compare? How can I compare them? Oh, I guess like this.
Suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's much better, this pistol. The Red 9. How much can I sell my current pistol for? 22?
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. Suit yourself, stranger.
I don't know. Let's keep it in here for now. Let's mess around with the Red 9 for a little bit, see if we like it. I didn't even find the quest for this. We just happened to stumble upon the fish. How convenient. Yeah, but awesome. Give me a quick second. I need to get some more water. Oh, I already ran out of water. Get back really quick. That returned. Right. So what now? Oh wait, I don't think I ever read that. Don't use precedent. Photo of a physical appearance. I can't see the photo. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Right. So, where is this equipped to? Up. Okay. Well, where do we want to go? Except for the right place, of course.
Oh. Nothing but the finest.
Maybe actually go back to the village. I would like to do that. And use the key and all these. Butterfly lamp. Now I can. Oh, nice. I actually can. Yeah, because I would like to use this key in all those shrines. Damn, that's actually pretty good. Put all 3 of these in here. He's somehow still sleeping even while it's raining. Do I still have... I don't have the little key, no. Wait, how do I get back? Wait, how do I get back? How do we get back to the village? I don't think I can get back to the village from here, right? Yet the way is blocked here. This is the only way. Am I missing something? Am I missing something here? What happened? The gate is blocked. Oh, it's down. Both of them, huh? It shows that it's open on the map, but it's not. Hep. Requesting backup. Requesting Mr. Junior backup. I guess I could try and go over here. I think that's blocked too, though. Well, let's try. Got to the final season. Nice. Time to stop binge watching that. How did the gov like season 3? No, my boots, yes. Oh, it's just a spike. Thought it was a crate. Kenny. Oh, Kenny, man. Kenny deserved better. Can I even park my boat over here? Here we go. Hey, man. Couldn't you have dropped an herb? Even Avi. Where is this on the map? Yeah, Pombaco too. The nicest one of them all. Damn, that missed. Okay, there's no way to hit that from here with the pistol. How's the game? It's pretty fucking good. It's pretty amazing. So far, it's really good.
Puedes correr, pero no te puedes esconder. ¿Dónde está?
Don't need that turnaround. Nice, we got the stuff here. Yeah, well, so far it's pretty good. I like the new knife combat. It's pretty goofy. We're slowly getting the hang of it with the parry and everything. Pretty fun once you get it down. And all the fun combos you can do. I still don't have a key. And it's fun collecting eggs. And fish. For Omega Fish Omelette at the end. But yeah, so far it's a really good remake. But I mean, I'd say the game hasn't even started for real yet. Since we don't even have Ashley. Still pretty early. Only chapter 4. That's a journal? Red gemstone ring. Old ring that is rich with history. Old man's journal. 3 years ago, my beloved daughter passed away shortly after giving birth to a son. Since then, the boy has grown considerably. He's a very cursed child and has a true thirst for knowledge. He tries to follow after me when I go out hunting. Can't take my eyes off him for a second. Whenever we walk in the forest, he always asks me to tell stories. He's very fond of Dawn. Who the fuck is that? Although he's still small, the boy's smart and observant beyond his years. If you're not stuck here, he might have become a skull. I was a careless fool. I could have sworn I shot clean through the wolf's head, and yet it lunged at me. I was able to make it back to the cabin, but my wound is swollen and discolored. I bear seeing the boy's bird eyes. But it moves on its own, and I can hear voices inside my head. The voices, not the voices. Am I going mad? I can't die now and leave the boy behind. Yet God, please protect him. Interesting. What boy could he have been talking about? Anyone we meet? Where is this? Were we really not down here? Oh yeah, right, no we weren't, because this is where the big cheese showed up. Or something like that in captures, I think? Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Wait, hold on. Can I use the key on this door? Oh my god, I sure can. What? Who the fuck? Who the hell is this? Wait, they're friendly? It won't let me aim at them. Oh, hello?
The hell is going on here?
Oh, rip. He's fucking dead. What the hell? That's so random. I'm surprised she didn't come alive. Good jump scares. Maybe she will once I touch the ladder. Where the fuck does the ladder take me? Forest altar. What the hell is this? I don't remember this from the original. Oh wait, is this the lady from the intro? Maybe. Am I supposed to be here? I don't know. I feel like I'm not supposed to be here yet. Marvel's Midnight Suns update. Thanks, PlayStation. Oh my god, and finally. Oh, and still rip Doom Eternal. It's the kid at stall. Oh, Doom. Oh, holy shit. After so long, I finally found the green herb. Jesus. Took you long enough. Now watch us use it immediately. The zombie downstairs is gonna come alive and do damage to us, and then you have to use it. Because I don't want to use the first aid. How does this game not have photo mode? How does this game not have photo mode? It's a modern 2023 game. Doesn't even have photo mode. You know what? I'm gonna have the oh shit gun ready just in case. No, it's still that. There's doggos now, though. Well, yep. That's probably where we're gonna have to use it. The green herb, what's so hard to find? What if I sprint to the ladder? Maybe they won't get me. Oh, hey. We're cool, we're cool. Oh. Nowhere for me to go from here, though. No, I can't craft rifle ammo. No. Oh, wait, I can. Is there anything else here? Oh shit, I could go back there and open the drawer. You know what, maybe I should do that. Just so I don't think just so we don't have to come back to this area ever again. Where's the mutated one? I hope not. No. Ow. Oh, there he is. Wait, that's not the dog. That's a human. Oh, well. What used to be. What the fuck? Is this the parasite? It sure is. That is the parasite. Las Plagas. From the anime Parasite. No, I can't really, I don't know. I can't really comment on that. I don't know what that one looks like. Does it look familiar like that? It's all tentacle-y like? Tentacle-like? Shit. They can't come in here, right? Just for a single squashed gold bar. I'm not sure if that was worth it. Let me picture what it looks like. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what? That looks extremely fucking familiar to this. Yes? What? Huh? Oh god, what the fuck? There's still a mutated one. Eat the fish. Yeah. I don't have enough for shotgun. Oh my god, a live action one? Wait, what do they look like in the live action one? Can you knife this? I can't. Is it really bad CGI? I copied the 2014 hit anime Parasite. Yep. Definitely. The game that came out in 2005 copied the hit anime from 2014. Shinji Mikami traveled to the future and copied it and then traveled back. Maybe, but I can't go back yet because this is blocked, isn't it? Yeah, it is blocked. Kinda aight. It's not the worst. Not the worst, not the best. I'm just curious what those monsters look like. If there was really terrible CGI. Or if it was really horrifying. Cover. How I don't know how I can get back to the village. The game is jabasting me. Fast travel. If only. I mean, the merchant, he seems to be able to fast travel, so why can't I? Can't he take me with him? Oh, so what? That looks so goofy. That looks goofy as hell. The live action one? Looks like gum. And then the anime version looks a bit more terrifying. The live action one looks a bit silly. A bit silly. Well, I guess I'll just get back to the boat now. I guess I can try the other area again, see if that let me go back to the village. Can I catch a fish while we're here? Nice. Wait, what was here before? Oh, shotgun ammo. What? Oh, it's back to the merchant, right? Hello, friend. I'm back again. Back again, merchant buddy.
Oh, nothing but the fine. Welcome. Ooh,
Nothing but the finest. Welcome.
I'll buy almost anything.
Wait, I don't need this anymore? Really? Oh, what? Really? That was just used for that one door, but that person was tied up? Okay, then.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price.
Big money back.
Ooh, I'll pay a pretty penny.
He'll buy almost anything. He sure will. He'll even buy my ex and the fish.
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty.
Upgrade the shotgun.
There you are.
And this pistol. And the rifle.
This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way.
Yeah, show max upgrade. Why not? There we go. Upgrade the knife too while we're here.
Are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. Anything else I can help you with?
Don't think so, mate. I'm going broke.
Oh, my back is killing
It's fine.
Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose.
Because if you start selling a better weapon, then I can always sell upgraded weapons. And we'll pretty much get the money back for selling it. Nice, so let's see. Will it let me run back now to the village? We had like almost 100k, and now what? We only have like 6k? No, not even. We have 4k now. we just spent so much money there. Upgrade our stuff. It's probably... Yeah, you know what? It's probably not gonna let me get back until I get this stuff. Until I go investigate those two things. It's probably not gonna let me go back before I do that. Go ahead and do that. Something tells me we get the two things and then we have to fight the big guy. El Gigante. Check the map, make sure we're not missing anything. That right there is the puzzle. We got everything over here. Right, okay. You got some witches inside the cave. Want money. Oh, shotgun ammo, what the fuck? We've been blessed. Alright, 2 waves. A bow. Now, where's the last one? Oh, it's right there. Wait, what the fuck was that? I didn't mean to press that. Wait, so I think this is the bow, and then it's this. Then wait, what the fuck was that on the wall? That right there. What? I can't tell. Is it this one? It was that one with the free. How is it? What? Where's the other ones? Whatever. Oh. Why are you being so generous with ammo all of a sudden? What's happening, game? The others ran away from Leon. They couldn't handle how handsome he is. Oh, it was up here. But how am I supposed to know what this is? How are you supposed to get up here? Oh, there's a ladder there. Ah, okay, get it. Well, I couldn't see the damn ladder. Because how dark it is. Like, yeah, look. I just saw that and I was like, yeah, we cool. I didn't see the ladder here. Yeah, you're right, Def. I should have pulled out Leon's night vision. Leon's night vision goggles. That's predator vision. We would have seen the ladder. Alright, okay, well. Just about to go down. Probably. How is he so durable? What do you mean? How he's able to survive so much shit? Is that collectible here? No, it's just funny looking rocks. Now that is a good question. It's because he has a dedicated Ek safety briefcase that keeps the X nice and secure, no matter the situation, no matter the conditions. Because Leon, he takes care of his eggs and his fishes too. Takes care of them. Make sure nothing bad happens to them. Yes, let's sail over there and do this puzzle. They look at the shape box as gods. But they don't. It's because they have their own dedicated part of the briefcase. The briefcase has a dedicated X section. Just for you to store your X right next to your shotgun. As you do. How does this puzzle work? I see. Just shotgun and a rifle. Yeah, because they got their own dedicated part of the briefcase. And then the X have their own dedicated part as well. Their own dedicated part, which is the most secure part of the briefcase. Wait, where is this one supposed to go? Oh, like that. There we go. Puzzle master. Deprived idol or depraved. That's worth 15k? Jesus. Your statue made up pure gold. So selling only, or is it? It's for selling only, I'm pretty sure, unfortunately. Yeah, it even says it's for selling only. But I mean, who knows? They could be jabasting us. Maybe it's meant for more. Maybe you could use it for some super secret Easter egg. This takes me into the cave, right? Yeah. Probably can. Wouldn't surprise me, yeah. If there is some of the items that are used for Easter eggs. I don't have a key anymore on me, do I? No, I only have this one for the rest of the village. I can't see how much damage this does. I have to put it in my own briefcase first. God damn it. Need more Attack on Titan than me. You sure have. You sure have. Which means you like it. It's good.
Why not treat yourself, mate?
That's what it looks like, the crossbow. Does it mean you like it? Well, it technically does, because if you like the show, that means you like the anime. And meat hook. DBD flashbacks. Exactly. But Chris said, it's anime. You like an anime. If it's Hob, then he likes anime. Yes, specifically because it's him. Then he likes all the anime. I agree. I agree with Mr. Def. Yeah, let's save one more time just to be sure. Either way, I think that does it. Nice 8 hours right there, cause getting pretty tired and it's almost 5. And I'm pretty sure the next thing after we get the key, I'm pretty sure we have to fight El Gigante, so we'll save that for next time. Let's see if the menu changed though. Oh, is it still gonna be in the forest? No, it's still in the forest. The menu doesn't change. At least not yet. Maybe because we haven't even gotten Ashley yet. 8 hours in. At chapter 4. We don't even have Ashley yet. Seems good, man. Yeah, so far it's really nice. I mean, it's Resident Evil 4, and they've done a pretty good job. It's basically just still Resident Evil 4, but with improved things, a modern gameplay, bit of graphics, side quests, with some extra bonus things. You can collect the X. Great so far.